di officing tse tlo sebediswang ke batlanka ba mmuso.
Where I grew up is a walking distance from here. So I know this place very well. I'm from Ward 2. You can walk to my home from here. We used to do drama majores in this particular facility. Those who know us back in the days, we used to come here. Because some of the kids, before social development became so highly regulated, we used to come here during December because they don't have families to go to HOT. We used to come here and make parties here in Tshireletso and celebrate with the kids ba Tshireletso.
O tla hlokomela hape hore re ntse re le busy ka swimming pool, re busy hape ka sports courts, mo re tlo fumanang hore bana ba tla kgona ho bapala netball, basketball, mme o tla hlokomela hore hona le sebaka sa dipapadi sa bana ba banyanyana, what we call a jungle gym, e leng hore e se le teng ha jwale.
Today, on the 12th of March, we are here in Mangaung, in Bochabela, phase 2 of our project A, Child and Youth Care Center. This Youth Care Center is very important to the lives of our children because accommodated here in the care of Department of Social Development. Phase 2 of this particular project is mainly to accommodate officials of the department. The intention is to ensure that our children are closer to social workers who are actual people who are supposed to be rendering services to them.
Building ena kaofela ineli Tshireletso Child and Youth Care Center kaofela ha yona. Okay, CYCC. Enkang bana ba hlekefeditsweng, bana ba latluweng, bana ba nang le mathata. Empa ena le bana ho tloha dilemong tse tlase ho tla fihla dilemong tsa ho kena sekolo. Ba tsamaya ba ye sekolong ba kgutle ba tlo ba mona ba hlokomelwe. Jwale ha re tla re le social development ka nako eo re tla ho public works e se e senyehile. 2023 letona a ba nehela he phase 1 le hono jwale intse le ntle. But re be re bona hore building e kgolo haholo hore e ka sebeditswa as a CYCC. Ho bothwe ha e divide ho be le phase 1 e qetiweng ya CYCC empa ka mona e tle e be di office tsa Mangaung district. So di dormitories letona tse 15 di convertilwe hore e be di office. So ke di office tsa state of the art 20
We may have a moment of silence, meditation, and prayers. Thank you. You may be seated. Honor members, you are all welcome. All our guests who are here today, a warm welcome. The Acting Secretary shall read motion 1.
That the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill B4 of 2025 be continued. Vote 10, Community Safety, Roads and Transport.
The vote before the House is vote 10, Community Safety, Roads and Transport. The Honorable MEC Mbalula may now address the House.
The goes to team Orlando Paris. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Premier of the Free State Province, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, the Chairperson of the Free State House of Traditional Leaders, Acting DDG, all HODs present and support staff from different departments, the CEO of RTMC, the Airport Manager of Bramfisher International Airport, the Provincial Commissioner of Subs, Brigadier General of SADF, Regional Commissioners of Correctional Services, Regional Head of State Security Agency, Provincial Head of IPIT, Road Accident Fund Regional Manager, President of Santaco, Provincial Taxi Council Chairperson, members of the Provincial Taxi Councils, the CEO of AA, members of the Road Safety Forum, members of Community Policing Forums, representatives of all labor organizations, media houses present, all our esteemed guests, viewers and listeners by Aiba Free State Akaufela Dumelang Molweni Goeiedag. Honorable Speaker, I stand before this House to table a budget that responds to both the pain and the urgency of our times. We continue to mourn the brutal loss of Olerato Mongale, Mpho Molausi, Machaka Khadebe Lebuile Pelma, Disebo Masupa, Lizzie Becker, and Selina Lekonyane and others. These are young women whose lives were taken violently and far too soon. To their families, we extend our deepest condolences. Your pain is our pain, and your calls for justice will never go unheard. Let this be a stern warning to all predators. Your days of terrorizing women and children are numbered. This government will not rest until every abuser is held accountable. This budget prioritizes safety initiatives, strengthens our fight against gender-based violence, and puts more resources into prevention. And so we say, enough is enough. Allow me to open this vote in the words of jazz poet Yuma Sigela, open quote, "You can't be proud of your country unless you know what it stands for," close quote. Today, as a servant of the people, we humbly present this budget vote as a cupbearer of the people, inspired by the timeless vision of the African National Congress, a movement whose fingerprints are imprinted on the pages of our liberation, every kilometer of our roads, and every breath of democracy in this province. This is not a regular budget vote. It is the ANC at work, the ANC in action, and a living pledge to construct a South Africa which is just, non-racial, and free from underdevelopment shackles. The ANC itself, as a governing party, has not simply dreamt the dream of a better life for all, but it has worked tirelessly to make this vision a reality, brick by brick, policy by policy, and kilometer by kilometer. This budget is a tool to realize that mission in the Free State, which is to unlock opportunity, enhance service delivery, and to bring back safety and dignity to our communities. And we do so not from a place of comfort, but with a deep sense of remembrance and purpose. June 16, 1976 is not just a date in our calendar, but it is a heartbeat of our conscience. The children of Soweto who stood against bullets with books in their hands remind us that black service is a sacred duty, or public service, is a sacred duty. Their sacrifice calls upon us to govern boldly and justly. As Steve Biko declared, open quote, "It is better to die for an idea that will live than to live for an idea that will die," close quote. Honorable Speaker, it is not just about maintaining roads, we are also bridging the gap between the past and the future. We are working to make the Free State safer, more open and economically dynamic, so the poorest among us have a better chance to access opportunity, mobility and justice. This budget is consistent with the 3 strategic priorities of the 7th administration as set out in the 2025 State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa. These strategic priorities are to drive inclusive growth and create jobs, reduce poverty and cost of living, and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Our department contributes directly to these national goals through targeted infrastructure investment, sustainable transport initiatives, and law enforcement partnerships. The Premier in the 2025 State of the Province address reaffirmed our collective responsibility to accelerate service delivery, eradicate inefficiencies, and foster partnerships that stimulate growth. Within this framework, our department is central to provincial development. Safe roads, reliable public transport, and effective traffic systems are not luxuries, but they are levers of economic justice. As Frantz Fanon wrote, open quote, "Each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it," close quote. We have an assignment in this administration, and we are going to fulfill it. Our approach is people-driven, ensuring no community is left behind. This budget vote is not merely about the numbers, it is about impact. Every rand must serve a purpose, every project must build trust, and every intervention must move us closer to a free state where people are safe, mobile, and proud. Let us, like the rhythm of Zim Ngawan, play our part with soul, depth, and purpose. Let this budget be a ballad or a ballet of progress, echoing with the hopes of our people and the enduring spirit of freedom. On road infrastructure, we've got the following to say, Honorable Speaker, that roads are the foundation of economic activity and social connectivity, linking communities to opportunities, businesses, and essential services. However, with shrinking resources and growing demands, collaboration has become essential to ensure that our road networks remain in good condition. The Free State government is making strategic investments across all 5 districts to maintain, upgrade, and revitalize road infrastructure, improving mobility, supporting local economies, and ensuring safer journeys for all road users. The growing proportion of the budget will be invested as follows: 196 million in Kharib, 212 million in Mangaung, 28 million Lejoliputswa, 934 million in Thabo Mofutshanyana, and 344 million in Fezile-Dabi. Preventative and routine maintenance is crucial to extending the lifespan of our roads, and this will be implemented across the province-wide at a cost of 206 million. Recognizing the need to upgrade roads in previously disadvantaged communities, a budget of 77.9 million has been allocated for the Township Revitalization Program. This initiative will improve roads in townships across the province, creating safer and more accessible streets while promoting economic activity in local communities. A budget of 1.4 billion is dedicated to special maintenance projects, ensuring that critical road assets do not deteriorate further. Increased freight movement has put a strain on our surface roads network, and targeted interventions will prevent premature failures. Ongoing special maintenance projects with a combined budget of 897 million for 2025-26 would include the following. Twespray to Hophouse Road, Kroonstad to Henneman, Virginia Road, Senegal to Lentley to Peterstein, Senegal to Rosendal, and Kwakwa roads, primary roads in Kwakwa, which consist of 6 different routes. Copies to Sasolburg, Twespray to Excelsior, Kroonstad to Staines Race, phase 3 we will do there, Clocolan to Marquardt. To address new priority areas, an additional 41 million is allocated for projects starting in late 2025-2026, such as Lady Brent to Hophouse, Oppermansgronde upgrade, Dillesville, Herzogsville, Christiana border, Reeds to Castle R59, Botterville access road. The decision to collaborate with the Central University of Technology in tackling pothole repair was a strategic and forward-thinking move that has now gained national recognition. The pothole eradication program led by Professor Teron has emerged as a center of excellence for road maintenance in South Africa, winning a 2024 SANRAL SAIC National Award. It also focuses on sustainable and cost-effective pothole repair solutions, ensuring long-term impact. Research into innovative asphalt materials and geotechnical risk management, improving roads durability. A GIS-based monitoring system for real-time oversight and accountability, providing a model that can be replicated across the province. The GIS monitoring tool developed through the program enabled comprehensive project oversight, making it a game changer for the road maintenance. As part of Operation Valazonke, in collaboration with CUT, over 600 young people have been employed to accelerate pothole repairs across all the 5 districts. This initiative does not just improve road conditions, but it does the following: creating job opportunities for young people, provide hands-on training in infrastructure maintenance, enhancing service delivery in communities. In response to flood-related damage, we have set aside 3 million to address unforeseen emergencies. Additional 16.8 million is committed to critical bridge repairs. Bridge B244 in Lejweliputswa, Velga River Bridge near Kestel, ensuring safe passage for communities. The Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program, in partnership with the South African National Defence Force and the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, remains a priority, with 201 million allocated for 2025-2026 financial year. 3 bridges have been completed in Mangaung and 4 are nearing completion in Mohokari, improving accessibility to rural communities and ensuring that essential services can reach those in need. Honorable Speaker, in aligning with the State of the Province address, the department fully supports the view that road infrastructure drives economic growth and social connectivity. With an investment of 1.9 billion in roads, the department is not only improving mobility, but also deliberately creating economic opportunities, especially for local communities. At least 30% of project work is allocated to local contractors, and local labor is prioritized to ensure that government spending supports township and rural economies. These roads are more than just infrastructure. They enable business expansion, improve access to services, and support agricultural logistics, making them a vital tool for inclusive development. The department is also strongly focused on empowering historically marginalized groups, particularly women, youth, and persons with disabilities, by placing them at the center of its project delivery. In the upcoming financial year, 3,500 job opportunities will be created, with 2,100 targeting women and 1,925 for young people, and 10 for persons with disabilities. By ensuring that 30% of all project work is consistently serviced for local small businesses, the department is strengthening the foundation of a more competitive and inclusive provincial economy. These combined efforts reflect a firm commitment to building infrastructure that uplifts communities and drives sustainable economic transformation. The department has completed the following projects in the 2024-2025 financial year: Oos River Bridge Rehabilitation, Koifontein, Lukov, Havenga Bridge, Ficksburg to Rosendal, Koifontein, Jacobsdal routes. The following projects will be ongoing from 2024-2025 financial year for completion in 2025-2026 financial year: Tabansu, S1523, Velge Bridge, Zastron to Stexpraise, Kronstadt to Henneman, Virginia, Senegal to Lentley to Peterstein, Senegal to Rosendal, Peespray to Hophouse, Harry Smith Special Economic Zone. The Township Revitalization Program remains a key driver of the job creation and local economic growth by delivering labor-intensive block paving projects in the townships. It enhances roads infrastructure, supports emerging contractors, and improves service delivery in previously disadvantaged communities. Integrated with the expanded public works program, the TRP not only provides immediate employment, but also helps build strong-term skills and economic opportunities. Although procurement delays and compliance challenges slowed progress in 2024 financial year, resulting in only 8 service providers appointed, and the program continues to play a vital role in township upliftment and economic transformation. The following township revitalization program projects are already underway in various towns: in Bethlehem, Lady Brand, Sasolburg, Kronstadt, Bloemfontein, Botshabelo, Tabansu, and Tromsburg. The following 5 outstanding township revitalization program projects are scheduled for procurement in 2025-26 financial year. The TRP also, those would be in Kwakwa, Harry Smith, Paul Roux, Ficksburg, and Charles Mupedi Stadium Precinct roads. The Free State's central location makes it a vital transit hub for 6 provinces, including Lesotho, resulting in heavy interprovincial traffic that significantly strain our road infrastructure. To address the challenge of deteriorating roads and limited provincial financial resources, the National Department of Transport facilitated the transfer of 670 kilometers of roads, of critically damaged roads to SANRAL for urgent rehabilitation and maintenance. This move allows the province to reallocate funds to other roads priorities while benefiting from SANRAL's expertise and reducing roads and maintaining roads. Ultimately, well-maintained roads will enhance connectivity, promote economic growth, and improve safety and accessibility for communities and businesses. This decision, grounded in a comprehensive national assessment, ensures that repairs can proceed without overburdening the provincial budget. While concerns about tolling exist, no tolls will be implemented without stakeholder consultation. Safe roads are essential for access to jobs, education, healthcare, and services, contributing directly to poverty reduction and social upliftment. In addition, the 2.089 billion investment in road infrastructure for the upcoming financial year is to ensure a sustainable, efficient network that supports long-term development, job creation, and inclusive economic opportunities for all residents of the province. On transport operations, Honorable Speaker, I've got the following to say: that given the Free State's predominantly rural character, reliable public transport is vital. To support this, the department has allocated 356 million through the Public Transport Operations Grant to enhance bus services, improving accessibility, reducing social exclusion, and creating employment in both transport and related industries. Currently, Itumeleng bus service and Maluti bus service collectively transport over 24 million passengers on a daily basis, using 257 buses. These services are aligned with the future integrated public transport and will eventually fall under the management of local authorities to ensure a more efficient and inclusive and sustainable transport system. The Operating Licensing Board plays a critical role in regulating public transport by ensuring operations hold valid permit and comply with safety standards. In response to past misuse of temporary permits and rising public complaints, the department launched Operation Ziveze, an initiative aimed at issuing of proper 7-year licenses and enforcing vehicle compliance with road safety laws. This effort has led to a more professional and law-abiding taxi industry, promoting safer travel, capping illegal operations, and supporting local economic development. During 2024-2025 financial year, the OLB adjusted 1.377 operations across various categories. These included 548 new operating licenses, 105 applications for service expansion and route amendments, 69 new charters, and 219 educational transport permits to ensure student safety. Additionally, 214 charter applications supported tourism and event mobility, while 106 transfer and 116 estates transfer applications facilitated legal continuity of operations. Together, these measures have significantly strengthened the Free State's public transport system, making it more organized, accessible, and responsive to communities. On freight logistics and transport, since 2019, the Performance-Based Standards Vehicle Pilot Project has enhanced freight logistics in the Free State by issuing 100 permits to freight companies, allowing more efficient, environmentally friendly operations that reduce emissions and improve road maintenance. The project is now entering phase 3, which hinges on whether it will be integrated into South Africa's national regulations. If adopted, the initiative will expand. If not, it will be phased out with no new applications accepted, though current operators can continue until vehicle end of life. In parallel, the department launched regional transport planning structures in 2021-2022 financial year to improve public transport coordination, infrastructure planning, and law enforcement through collaborative efforts with municipalities and stakeholders under the district development model. On transport regulation, Honorable Speaker, given the Free State's central geographic position, linking 6 provinces, the region experiences heavy traffic volumes, particularly during peak travel periods, such as the festive season and Easter periods. Increases risk, place a risk on roads accidents, and makes road safety a critical priority. In response, the department has intensified patrols, traffic and law enforcement, and awareness campaigns to promote safer driving behaviors. Despite some progress, fatal crashes rose to 4.2% during 2024-2025 festive season, largely due to poor driver behavior. Nevertheless, the province remains committed to improving road safety outcomes. To support these efforts, the department relies on a dedicated road safety budget that maintains infrastructure, funds public education programs, and supports law enforcement operations. Collaborations with partners such as SAB, Coca-Cola, and AA have strengthened these initiatives. The department also oversees vehicle registration and compliance under the National Road Traffic Act, with 65 registering authorities operating across the province. Despite economic constraints, motor vehicle tariff rates have been kept stable for 4 years, and efforts are ongoing to ensure all testing stations remain compliant and operational, contributing to safer roads and more efficient services. On safer communities, Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Secretariat is a cornerstone in the fight against crime. Through its role in the integrated violence and crime prevention strategy, it ensures policing policy are based on fact, uphold human rights, and align with the safety needs of the public. By linking communities with the law enforcement and monitoring police conduct, it fosters public trust, which is a vital element in the prevention of crime. Its research also identifies root causes and promotes community police operation. This civilian oversight ensures that crime-fighting strategies remain grounded, effective, and community-centered, making the Secretariat's work essential to long-term safety reforms. In reviewing crime trends for October and December 2024-2025, the Free State saw a 1.1% rise in contract crimes, while murder dropped by 2.2% and aggravating robbery by 8.6%. Attempted murder and various forms of assault and sexual offenses slightly increased. Trio crimes, such as car hijackings, truck hijackings, saw a notable 12.8% decrease. Property-related crimes dropped by 12.5%, though theft of motor vehicles rose by 6%. Overall, serious crimes reported by the communities declined by 3%, and police-detected crimes increased by 34.9%. The province is also finalizing the localization of the National Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, set to be launched officially in 2025-2026, which will enhance coordination between government, police, and communities for more effective crime prevention. The Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport is working with the different stakeholders to improve safety in towns, villages, and farms. Several priority crimes focus on key crime issues such as combating serious crimes like murder and robbery, strengthening border security, addressing community stability, and preventing violent protests, encouraging young people involvement in the fight against crime, monitoring public events. These committees meet regularly and report progress to ensure that crime-fighting strategies are working. The President has made gun violence a top priority in the 2025 State of the Nation address. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their communities without fear of violence. Reducing the number of illegal guns on the streets will help lower crime rates. However, crime in the Free State goes beyond gun violence. This province is also dealing with fraud and corruption, gender-based violence and femicide, human trafficking, organized crime and violent protests, illegal mining, and school burglaries, drug and alcohol abuse leading to criminal activities. Some areas in the Free State, such as Park Road, Bloomspruit, Tabong, and Invelcom, are among most crime-affected places in South Africa. In response, SAPS continues to implement Operation Chanela, targeting crime through arrests and confiscation of illegal weapons and drugs. The Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport is actively collaborating with the Premier's GBV task team to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This includes supporting SAPS in enforcing Domestic Violence Act and improving victim-friendly rooms at all 111 police stations to protect and assist survivors. The department also works with stakeholders to raise awareness and promote zero tolerance on GBV and femicide, especially during campaigns like 16 Days of Activism for No Violence Against Women and Children. The Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport runs outreach programs throughout the year to discuss crime-related issues such as alcohol and drug abuse, high unemployment and its link to crime, teenage pregnancy and bullying, the reality that crime doesn't pay. On rural safety, on 11 May, 2 suspects wanted for the murder of robbery of an elderly couple in the farm in Glen were successfully arrested in Bloemhof through a joint operation with the Velcom Tactical Response Team. The safety of rural communities remains a top priority, with enhanced deployment of police personnel and vehicles at rural police stations. We will win the battle. During 2024-2025 financial year, the top 10 rural stations conducted 490 stock thefts and community safety awareness campaigns. These initiatives led to critical arrests, including the recovery of stolen livestock. In Beltfontein, for example, 3 suspects were caught slaughtering sheep stolen from a farm, with 40 sheep either recovered or accounted for. These efforts underscore the importance of community collaboration and continued rural safety interventions. Honorable Speaker, on 1st July in Ruvel, SAPS intercepted a truck carrying 400 boxes of illicit cigarette worth 12 million. The 42-year-old foreign driver was arrested and the truck was confiscated. On SAPS achievements, the Free State continued to be a center of excellence, not only in education, but also in policing. A lot of our members received national awards to confirm their hard work and dedication in the service. From April 2024 to March 2025, the Free State, the FCS unit, secured life sentences in major rape cases across Heidedal, Melody, Betuli, Senegal, and Senegal. SAPS also ran 158 awareness campaigns on GBV, bullying, drugs, cybercrime, and related laws, showing strong commitment to justice and prevention. On fleet management trading entity, despite the economic challenges, the Free State Fleet Management Trading Entity has remained committed to delivering reliable and sustainable fleet services to government departments. Over the past year, it procured 88 new vehicles with an estimated value of 85 million to ensure smooth service delivery. Operational improvements included the installation of a biometric access system and a vehicle tracking system to enhance security and accountability. The Transport Officers Forum has also strengthened departmental collaboration. Looking ahead, the entity is focusing on safety compliance, capacity building, and the adoption of fuel-efficient technologies to reduce environmental impact, while continuing to prioritize cost effectiveness, transparency, and service excellence. Honorable members, the total budget allocation to the department for 2025-26 financial year is 3.7 billion, and it is broken down as follows. Equitable share, 1.3 billion for operational cost, with 360 million directed to infrastructure enhancement. Provincial road maintenance grant, 2 billion, a 0.8% increase from the previous year. Public transport operation grant, 356 million, a 4.5% increase from the 2024-2025 financial year. Fiscal pressures. The department faces challenges due to ongoing services, not new needs, which may compromise its ability to meet its mandate if not addressed. Revenue target for 2025-26 financial year, 855.6 million, an increase of 8.4 million from the previous year. Revenue collected in 2020, okay, we repeat in there, thank you. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, As we conclude this budget vote, we do so not as administrators of numbers, but as custodians of the people's hope, guided by the moral compass of the African National Congress, the liberation movement that dared to walk into the dark valleys so we could walk into the sunshine. Let me first extend my deepest gratitude to the leadership of the African National Congress and its alliance. It is through your enduring wisdom and revolutionary clarity that we remain focused on the path of service. As President Oliver Tambo once said, quote, "A country, a movement, a people that does not value its youth and children does not deserve the future," close quote. This budget is a seed for the future and a reflection of values rooted in people and in the upliftment of the youth. To the Honorable Premier McQueen Litual Matai, your leadership is the rock which this administration is founded on. And to my compatriots in the executive, your togetherness provides the force behind this provincial government. Collectively, we are heading for the future, where the Free State is no longer tailing behind, but at the forefront of the pack. To the HOD, Dr. Shabalala, and all our public servants in the department, your dedication under difficult circumstances and commitment to service is appreciated the most. As Amilcar Cabral put it, open quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories," close quote. What you are doing is honorable, tough, and heroic. To Lieutenant General Baile Motsenyane and the South African Police in general, your dedication towards prioritizing safety in the province is what the ANC basic pledge of safety and dignity is all about. Continue being a significant peace broker for our people. To the traditional leaders and the cohesion leadership, contractors, transporters, the members of the CPFs and civil society partners, you are not simply idle observers. You too are contributors to the developmental state that we are building collectively. I also wish to pay tribute to my office staff for the sterling job they continue to do and the support they give to the MEC. Kojola bonke ndiyabulela. I present the 2025-2026 vote for Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport to this House for consideration. I thank you.
Honourable members, thank you. Honourable members, earlier on I did not deal with the attendance and the apologies. We have the apology for Honourable Member Mokoena, Honourable Member Leach, Honourable Member Masweu, Honourable Member Msimanga, Honourable Member Nanyani. We have a standing one for Honourable Member Mkabela, Honourable Member Foko, Honourable Member Tlute, and this will have an impact on our proposed speech by members. We will now, because we do not have Ndate Mukabela, Ndate Tlute, and Ndate Foko, it will be Honour Member Ndungane, followed by Honour Member Jankelson, and then Honour Member Shabalala, and then Honour Member Mokoena, and then Honour Member Maboya. That will be the way this debate will proceed. Honour Member Ndungane.
Ntate Mxolisi Dukwana, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Meko, Chief Whip, Honorable Oupa Khwabane, Honorable members of this August House, the Premier, Mema Queen Letsuwa Matai, MEC for Community Roads, for Community Safety Roads and Transport, Comrade Jabu Mbalula, members of the Executive Council, honored traditional leaders who are here today, if there are any, all other distinguished guests, and the people of the Free State. Let me rise on behalf of the African National Congress, the glorious People's Movement, the glorious movement of Andrew Mlangeni, Charlotte Maxeke, and Oliver Reginald Tambo, to welcome and affirm the 2025-26 budget vote presented by the MEC for Community Safety, Roads and Transport, the Honorable Jabu Mbalula, aka Malume. The budget is not just a spreadsheet of figures, it is a political instrument of transformation. It is an ideological reflection of the people-centered and developmental state envisaged by the African National Congress, and it is a moral document which calls upon all of us to reaffirm our covenant with the people to make their lives better, safer, and also more dignified. The budget is a tool of economic redress, a sword against poverty, a shield against marginalization, and a compass pointing us towards the promise of a national democratic society. It is a budget that reflects the heartbeat of the masses in the streets of Botshabelo, the villages of Tabanshu, the farms of Wesselsbron, and the student residences in Bloemfontein. Honorable members, the budget before us today is deeply aligned with the strategic priorities of the 7th administration, as outlined by our President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, a government that seeks to build a capable and ethical state to advance inclusive growth and to confront the structural legacies of apartheid spatial planning and socio-economic inequality. This is not merely a financial plan. It is a reaffirmation of our freedom, which declared with boldness and clarity that the people shall govern, that there shall be work and security, and that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. What the MEC has tabled before this House is not just a budget for tarring roads and fixing potholes. It is a revolutionary program of economic reconstruction. Roads are the veins through which the economy flows. They connect the farm to the market, the learner to the classroom, the sick to the clinic, and the worker to the factory. Every road repaired, every bridge built, and every taxi route improved is a victory against the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. In the words of Utata Nelson Mandela, a good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. And when such leadership is backed by a credible plan like this budget, it becomes a mighty engine for social redress. We therefore commend the 3.7 billion allocated to road infrastructure. It is not only a financial investment, it is an affirmation of the ANC's belief that infrastructure-led development is a catalyst for inclusive economic growth. Roads in rural areas like Qwaqwa, Zastron, Botterville, and Delisville are not cosmetic projects. They are arteries of rural economic revival. These roads are monuments of justice. Their construction is a declaration that the days of underdevelopment and spatial neglect must come to an end. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress remains deeply concerned by the state of safety in our communities, particularly the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, which continues to cast a dark shadow across our province and country. Statistics may tell us that contact crimes are declining in some areas, but behind every statistic is a human being. There's a broken family there, a silenced dream. It cannot be that in a democratic state, women must walk in fear, girls must be afraid to go to school, and young people in institutions of higher learning must fear for their lives on campuses and in their residences. The budget
Check 1 2.
We are off the generator, we're back to the grid. Let's just pray. Let's have that faith that we will not be disturbed. You may be seated. Let's have that faith that we are flying on wings. We don't know what will happen. Probably it's because the people who are going to be participating today have made sure that they're dressed in their best attire. So, circumstances also are now fighting that. And that is why it did what it did, because the first speaker was already demonstrating. You may continue. We're not starting afresh. You know where we ended. We're continuing. I only have a permission of one member. Where are the others? Chief Whip, make sure that everybody is in. I only have one permission, one member who's asked for permission. All others are supposed to be here. You don't have to know. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. It cannot be that in a democratic state, women must walk in fear, girls must be afraid to go to school, and young people in institutions of higher learning must fear for their lives on campuses and in their residence. The budget presented today speaks to that anguish. It responds through operational Chanela, the strengthening of the FCS's units, the upgrading of victim-friendly rooms, and the enhancement of community policing forums. We must salute the SAPS officer, Sergeant Ntombi Peter, whose tireless investigations led to 5 life sentences and over 300 years of imprisonment for sexual offenders. Hers is the type of public servant that this country needs. It's ethical, courageous, and committed to justice. Sitikuwe malibongwe mbokoto. But let us be clear, no budget can succeed if our society remains patriarchal and violent. No government intervention can replace the societal transformation that is required. That is why the ANC insists that the fight against gender-based violence and femicide is not just a program. It is a national emergency. It is a political struggle. It is a moral and cultural revolution. The ANC further calls for the intensification of programs in schools, in churches, in taverns, and workplaces to transform masculinities, challenge harmful traditions, and build a society where women are free and safe. We cannot build a national democratic society when half the population still lives in fear. Honorable Speaker, we particularly welcome the department's efforts to professionalize the taxi industry, to modernize freight logistics, and to ensure better coordination through the district development model. These interventions are not peripheral, they are strategic. They affirm the ANC's belief in building a developmental state that integrates transport planning with spatial development and economic opportunity. We want a free state where the taxi rank becomes a center of local commerce and not a hotspot of conflict. We want a freight corridor that brings employment to our youth and not merely transit for goods that do not benefit the local economy. The ANC also welcomes the continued focus on youth employment within the department's projects. The pothole eradication program, done in partnership with the Central University of Technology, is not just a technical innovation, it is a political innovation. It demonstrates how government, academia, and communities can work together to address service delivery while also creating jobs and skills. That over 3,500 jobs will be created with a strong focus on women and youth and people living with disabilities is
of course, a testimony that ANC-led government is walking the talk of radical socio-economic transformation. We must intensify our demand that 30% of public procurement in infrastructure projects goes to local SMMEs and cooperatives. This is not just economic policy, it is economic justice. It is about reclaiming the economy for the people. Let it never be said that ANC stood by while local contractors watched from the sidelines. The state must be an enabler for grassroots enterprise, and the ANC will ensure that this does indeed happen. Honorable Speaker, we dare not forget our students and young people in institutions of higher learning, especially in cities such as Bloemfontein, Welkom, and Qwaqwa. Their safety remains a pressing concern. Reports of criminal syndicates preying on students, of GBV within student housing, and of inadequate lighting and policing near campuses are totally unacceptable in a democratic society. The ANC thus calls for a dedicated intergovernmental task team to deal with campus and student safety. This must involve SAPS, community security, local municipalities, and student representative bodies. The future of our country resides in our young people, and their learning environments must be free from violence, from intimidation, and exploitation. We envision a free state where every young person can dream without fear, can study without disruption, and can walk home without danger. This is not just a dream, it is a democratic obligation. Honorable Speaker, the budget reaffirms the ANC's commitment to building safer, more connected, and more dignified communities. It is a tool of the democratic developmental state envisioned in our National Development Plan. It answers the call of the Freedom Charter that the people shall share in the country's wealth, and that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. Let me remind this House that the budgets do not exist in a vacuum. They are political acts in the hands of a revolutionary government. They therefore become tools of transformation and weapons of development. We call on all members of this legislature to support this budget, not as an act of partisan duty, but as an act of patriotic commitment to our people. We call on all our people to engage the projects of this department, to participate in community policing forums, to join public transport engagements, and to take ownership of community infrastructure. Democracy must be lived, and it must not just be legislated. Let me close by invoking the words of President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who once said, "It is our responsibility to break down the walls of division and build a country where all people walk tall, without fear and with dignity." Let us remember, honorable members, that every road built is a path to dignity. Every life saved from violence is a tribute to our liberation. Every youth empowered is a brick in the building of the future. And every rand in this budget is a promise. A promise, Malume, that the African National Congress intends to keep. Let us then continue united and undeterred under the banner of the African National Congress. Deepen our commitment to the people, to renew our mandate through action, and to light the torch of freedom in every community, every ward, every household. We support this budget. We affirm the leadership of Comrade Makwin Litsuwa Matai as the leader of the provincial government of the ANC in the Free State, and Comrade Jabu Mbalula, aka Malume, at the helm of the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport. And we pledge as the ANC in this legislature to continue the struggle for safer communities, thriving local economies, and a free state where the people shall govern. Ke a leboha, ndiyabulela, amandla, viva ANC, viva.
Thank you. We now have the Honourable Member Jangolson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You mentioned earlier that the people in this room are wearing their best attire, and it's befitting that when we discuss Youth Day, that the Premier would be wearing blue, because blue, in fact, is the future of the Free State province. It's also interesting, Honourable Speaker, that when the Deputy Speaker was here and the electricity went out, the first person she looked to was to the left, and she said, "You have sabotaged us." And we know that when there's a problem, the ANC always look to the first white man they see, and they say, "It's your fault that this has happened." So I accept that burden, Honourable Speaker, as a white person in this legislature. Honourable Speaker, today I'm going to talk about community safety because it is part of the responsibility of this department. And I think it's important in the outset that we thank our South African police services, every single police officer out there who are protecting our communities. It is sometimes unfortunate that there are also police officers who bring discredit to the uniform that they wear by being involved in crimes, and we expect the full brunt of the law to be inflicted on those who we entrust with our protection when they in fact do that. But there are few bad apples. We know that the majority of police, men and women in uniform, are there to do a job. It is unfortunate, Honourable Speaker, that in a reply from the MEC that we received recently, he indicated that the 1,597 detectives each have an average case file of 395 dockets, while the ideal is 100 dockets. How can we expect our detective services to deliver an effective service when they have this huge burden? What this means, in effect, Honourable Speaker, is that we have 630,000 outstanding investigations that still have to appear before our courts in the Free State. Are we ever going to catch up? And then we also sit with a lack of capacity within our forensic laboratories, which add to this. Honourable Speaker, I always say in this legislature that the best deterrent to would-be criminals is the knowledge that if you commit a crime, you will be detected, you will be convicted, and you will be punished. And it's very difficult for an effective criminal justice system to be effective when our detectives have these huge caseloads. This also leads to unnecessary stress and to ill health within our South African police services. Added to this is the lack of vehicles and other support that our police services receive from government. But it's interesting that when I drive through Bethlehem on a Tuesday morning, at the headquarters of the district commission, the district commander, there are up to 25 vehicles parked outside. Has the South African Police Services not heard of Zoom, of Microsoft? You don't have to travel those distances, waste resources and vehicles to do your meetings. Just click on your computer. It's a lot easier. Honourable Speaker, we're very concerned about rural safety and specifically stock theft. As Free State Agriculture indicated that in 2023-24, stock theft cost this province over R1 billion. Rural safety needs the serious attention of our provincial and national government. Now, no provincial government isn't directly responsible for policing, but roads, which we're discussing today, are very important along the Lesotho border to allow our police services and the SANDF who are deployed there to be able to do their patrols. And there aren't roads at this stage, in contradiction to a court order which the provincial government has ignored. It's also important, Honourable Speaker, to use technology. We have technology at our disposal, and this was also mentioned recently in the White House. But what the President didn't mention, that the only place that is using it effectively is in the DA-run city of Cape Town, where cameras and drones, firearm discharge technology, and various other technological items are used effectively to fight crime. We can use that in the Free State. We should use that in the Free State, and we can secure our border with Lesotho and our rural communities by not only relying on people, but also relying on technology. We are, after all, in a technological era. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member Chabalala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We rise today as the voice of the working class, the rural poor, the unemployed youth, and those left behind by a system that promises change but continue to deliver inequality. Last year, this department recorded 349 million in irregular expenditure, over 29 million in unauthorized spending, and 1 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This is not just a financial issue, it is a leadership crisis. The people of Free State cannot afford another year of empty promises and poor management. We have no reason to believe this year will be any different because those responsible for last year's failures remain in charge. We always hear talk of crime prevention, strategies, and school safety programs. Yet crime continues to rise in our communities. The so-called alignment with national strategies means little when people still live in fear. Communities need real support. Street lights, functioning police stations. The street lights, di teng, metse le metsaneng, mane di rural area. Empa di teng ka dilemo tse telele tse fetang 10. Ke mekgabiso. Ha di sebetse. And protection against drugs abuse and gangsterism, not more allied stakeholders meetings. Honorable Speaker, our public transport system is broken. The department posted in their 2023-2024 annual report about subsidizing 2 bus companies, yet the majority of rural workers, learners are still left stranded. There is no affordable and reliable transport connecting farms, villages, and townships to clinics, schools, and jobs. The integrated public transport network is still stuck in planning stages. This is not progress, it's delay in disguise. The state of roads across the Free State is nothing short of disaster. Potholes are everywhere in urban centers. Main road, Maluti Apofung, Elizabeth Ross Hospital Road, ka dilemo tse putswa, ho bapalwa Operation Pecha. After 3 months, ke mekoti hape, ho kena ga kontraka e mong wa Pecha, o nka tjhelete wa tsamaya. Maybe Speaker Sandral will come with something better. Re bone mantlwantlwane ka nako e telele. Gravel roads are neglected and critical. Access roads remain unsafe. Di qetetse ho tshelwa kwari di gravel roads ka hare ho metse le metsana di rural area ka nako ya mokgatlo wa dikonkwetla. Ha o ka fihla hona jwale o tla hlomoha. Ha bohloko jwale le ditsela tse yang mabitleng ke mathata. The department must stop hiding behind excuses and admit that there has been no real plan to fix our roads. The people of this province need a people-centered budget, and it must have clear priorities, fixing and upgrading rural and township roads, rolling out of reliable, affordable public transport system, addressing community safety through real prevention, not just policing, and most importantly, ending wasteful and irregular spending. tsela tsa rona ha o di shebile di qeta ho lokiswa ho bakileng ba ya hiking spot Harry Smith ba bone batho ba hikang ho ya Durban ha ba hiker ba etsa tjena batho ba yang Durban ditsela tse qetang ho lokiswa di jwalo dikoloi ha di tsamaya di bapala sign eo ya hiking spot ya Durban. We are clear we will only support a budget that learns from the past and is committed to real change. A budget that focuses on transformation, not on protecting failed leadership. We reject any budget that rewards underperformance, ignores the struggles of the poor, and delays justice. Once again, ke a leboha, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, invited guests, the workers of this department and government. Ke a le dumedisa bohle kgotsong. Good morning, goeiemorgen. The Democratic Alliance remains committed to ensuring accountability and responsive government. We champion the democratic principle of inclusivity and access to opportunities. Unfortunately, the Free State Province stands at a crossroads. Quite literally, the roads in our province are not just broken. Their condition is tragic. They are not potholed. They are in a state of disrepair. Today, this is more than a budget debate. It's a desperate call on the department to ensure that the 3.7 billion, and specifically the 2.9 billion allocated to this department to deal with roads, should ensure that the disastrous roads of our province are attended to. Failure to do that will then be saying to ourselves as people of the Free State that the governing party, the ANC, must concede to the people of the province that after years of budgeting and promises, they have failed. Not just to build roads, but to ensure economic growth. The World Economic Forum declared that roads are the arteries through which the economy pulses by linking producers to markets, workers to jobs, students to schools, and the sick to the hospitals. Roads are vital to any developmental agenda. And yet in the Free State, our people are forced to use substandard roads. Businesses rely on roads to transport goods and services, face constant challenges of increased operational expenses due to damage to their vehicles or having to use alternative and often longer routes. People commuting to work must navigate through potholes and sometimes use pedestrian pathways to get to their destinations. And there is this ever-looming threat of accident where a group of school children could not get to school because of an accident caused by the poor standard of the road. Honorable Speaker, the Free State has a rich agricultural heritage, but one of the main challenges farmers face in this is the roads used to transport their goods. Just recently, we experienced unusually heavy rains at the beginning of the harvest season, a critical time for farmers to get their produce to markets. Many farmers, this very short window determines whether the year will end in profit or a loss. Farmers across the province work around the clock to ensure that their crops reach the market, but the additional hurdle of impassable roads, particularly rural roads, make the already daunting task that much more difficult. When produce cannot make it to the market, the economic impact is felt almost immediately. It is not just the farmers who suffer, but the ordinary people who are usually struggling to make ends meet. Honorable Speaker, we live in a digital age, but it is in this area where internet works cannot connect us, our roads must. This department, through lack of maintenance, has cut off entire communities from access to roads and towns. Roads to CBDs from places like Oppermansgronde and Diatalawa are nearly impossible to navigate. The roads are used to link learners to schools and are relied on by emergency response teams to save lives. A thriving local economy is fostered through the inclusivity, a sense of community, and is unrestricted. The ANC is killing our economy. This failure to successfully reform Transnet has left a significant void in the goods transport. More than ever, we are reliant on roads to move goods, services, and people. Year after year, we encourage this government to capitalize on our position as a central province of South Africa. We are a corridor to the rest of South Africa, and from anywhere in South Africa, we connect provinces and countries, and yet we are renowned for the poor state of our roads. Roads such as R30 between Viljoenskroon and 721 Vrede to Kroonstad are underwater. The condition of roads like R500 between Parys and Fochville, R720 between Koppies and Edenville, R723 between Skochenville and N1 remain hazardous. And while we welcome the speedy repair to road R70 between Fixbeck and Rosendal, the road between Kroonstad and Steynsrus, R76, needs the same attention. Re a kopa, lokisang ditsela, batho ba shwa. Motsamaiso wa dipuisano, re sa le moo baahi ba kopa hore mo ditsela tsa province ena di fetang pela dikolo, ditleliniki le dipetlele, lefapha le etse matsapa hore le ahe dintho tsena tse thibelang hore bakganni ba fokotse lebelo hobane bana ba rona ba thulwa ke dikoloi. As indicated by the MEC previously, in his own words, he stated that to create jobs, we need thriving economy. To have a thriving economy, we need proper infrastructure. And at the heart of this infrastructure lies a solid road network. He went on and said that the department has formed strategic partnerships and forged relationships with various stakeholders. We are urging the department to remain loyal to that commitment in ensuring that at the end of the day, that partnership builds us roads that we'll be proud of. We want to see roads built and corruption be dealt with. We want to see defaulting contractors blacklisted, corrupt officials handcuffed. For the 2023-2024 reporting period, the Auditor General reported, among others, the following. 1, effective and appropriate steps were not in place to prevent unauthorized expenditure and irregular expenditure. 2, the department failed to produce evidence that disciplinary actions are taken against offending officials. 3, the proper control systems were not in place and the department could not safeguard the assets of this department. This is not a department serious about tackling corruption and financial mismanagement. Honorable Mbalula, through your speaker, there is a saying that says, he who does not prevent a crime when he can, he actually encourages it. This department must blacklist those that are defaulting and exclude them from conducting any future business with the government, even if these people are your own colleagues and friends. Speaker, we welcome projects aimed at increasing job opportunities and improving our infrastructure, such as the partnership with the Department of Roads and the Central University of Technology in the Free State. We, however, want to emphasize that the quality of work produced there must be sustainable. Ke kgathetse ba bue ka mathata a maoba. Ba sa dumele hore re mona ka baka la bobodu ho utswa le manyofonyofo. We are looking forward as Democratic Alliance to roads that are repaired and that will restore the economy and ensure that our people are getting the economic benefit of this. Ke a leboha. Pula nala Basotho le ba hai bohle ba Free State. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mabuya.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Thabo Meko, the Chief Whip, Honorable Khwabane, Honorable Premier Meletua Matai, Honorable members of the Legislature, members of the Executive Council, the leadership of the ANC and the Alliance, distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to foreground this debate by borrowing from an old African proverb that says, I quote, "The road does not only lead to a place, it leads to a future." Close quote. Indeed, it is through the roads we build that we determine not only how people move, but whether they move forward at all. Today, in support of this budget vote, we want to assert as the African National Congress that the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport is not merely laying tar or repairing potholes. It is laying the foundation of a new society, one which carries the dreams of our people who were long excluded from development. It reflects the lived realities of our people and reaffirms the commitment of our government to redress historical injustices. It seeks to dismantle the lingering legacies of apartheid spatial planning, marginalization, and the systemic exclusion of the majority from economic activity. This allocation represents an investment in transforming the material conditions of our people, particularly the poor and the working class, in line with our vision of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. This budget demonstrates a firm commitment to equitable development that uplifts every corner of our province. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is not merely a financial allocation. It is a profound statement of intent. It declares boldly that the Free State government has chosen to invest in the future, to invest in connectivity, to invest in safety, to invest in development, and to invest in dignity. Our province is the geographic and logistical heart of South Africa. This central location places immense burden on our road network because our highways and provincial roads carry the lifeblood of the national economy. It is no exaggeration that all economic goods, services, and people pass through the Free State to their various destinations. For us to have a robust and well-maintained road network in the province, it is not a luxurious exercise. It is a national duty. The agricultural produce from the hinterlands, the minerals from the Northern Cape, the manufactured goods from Gauteng, and the port-bound cargo from KwaZulu-Natal all pass through our province. Therefore, a massive investment in our roads as a province is an investment in national trade efficiency, food security, job creation, and indeed, economic growth. It is for this reason that this budget vote is not only justified, but essential for the well-being of our country. Honorable Speaker, in the spirit of the Freedom Charter, which boldly declared that, I quote, The people shall share in the country's wealth. Close quote. We are resolute that our roads must not only connect towns, but they must connect people to opportunities. Roads are not the privilege of the few. They are the birthright of all South Africans, from the remote villages of Kwakwa and Tabanchu to the township, from the farm to the factory. Every kilometer of tar laid, every pothole filled, and every bridge built must be understood as a step towards fulfilling that promise of a South Africa in which no one is left behind. And every citizen, regardless of race, gender, and where they live, has the opportunity to pursue a better life. It is indeed commendable that this administration has resolved to act boldly in strengthening our road network in the province. The 1.9 billion, which has been allocated to the department for the rebuilding and maintenance of the network, is for the people. We must understand this not in abstract figures, but in human terms. This budget is, or the allocation is, for a mother in Kwakwa who must reach a clinic without delay. It is for a farmer in Fezile who must transport produce to the market before it perishes. It is for a learner in Harip who deserves to arrive at school on time and safely. To each of these citizens, this budget actually says, you too matter. Honorable Speaker, our administration is not in the business of romanticizing its responsibilities. We are acting and doing so boldly. We recognize the unsustainable burden placed on our roads by freight transport, and hence we respond with these targeted interventions, such as the 1.4 billion in special maintenance, the 206 million for preventative care, and 77.9 million for township revitalization to ensure the benefits of democracy are not only felt in leafy suburbs, but also in the heart of our townships, where most of our people are located. We understand too well that our people cannot eat these fancy speeches presented here today. They must witness the delivery of quality services. And in the work that this department is doing, they do indeed see the government that is hard at work. To our people, this is not just road work. It is justice in action. Bommele bontate, the 1994 movement did not make us mere inheritors of a democratic state. It made us trustees of the process, trustees of the hopes of our people. This budget vote represents the continuation of that legacy. The pothole eradication program with CUT has become a model of innovation and excellence. It is not surprising that our colleagues on my left have pains accepting this homegrown, globally recognized solution to a national challenge under the government of the African National Congress. The fact that this program has received national recognition through the 2024 Sanral National Award is testament to the department's solid leadership and foresight. There is no poverty of leadership here. We do have leadership that has the necessary capacity and capability. This partnership also contributes to skills development and job creation, especially for the youth, and addresses the issue of special exclusion by improving township and rural roads. Such initiatives bring hope to our youth and demonstrate how genuine collaboration can transform communities. This collaboration is both genuine, developmental, and steeped in human progress. Unlike the emerging collaboration between the DA and AfriForum, whose main purpose is to foment racism, polarize society, and reverse the democratic gains we have made since 1994. Honorable Speaker, we celebrate the employment of over 600 young people in pothole repairs through Operation Valazwanke. This intervention addresses both infrastructure backlogs and the burning issue of youth unemployment. Participants gain meaningful skills and contribute to their communities. This is the kind of innovation that has a lasting impact. Science in the service of society, if you like. In this, we see hallmarks of a visionary government that is modern, responsive, and inclusive. Honorable Speaker, the building of Welisizwe bridges in partnership with the South African National Defence Force reflects a government that is responsive and adaptive to climate realities. Bridges not only restore connectivity, but also help small businesses move their goods and services. Proactive disaster response is critical in protecting lives, livelihoods, and local economies. Honorable Speaker, here we speak not just of physical infrastructure, but of metaphorical bridges. Bridges between isolation and opportunity, bridges between poverty and possibility, and bridges between marginalization and mobility. The decision to transfer 670 kilometers of roads to Sanral is not an abdication of our responsibility as a province, but a bold act of collaborative governance, unlocking national capacity to elevate provincial potential of protecting our people from the risk of deteriorating infrastructure. This is smart governance, strategic governance, and of course, ANC governance. Honorable Speaker, we are proud as the African National Congress that we have introduced a quota system that allows for at least 30% of all government projects to benefit local subcontractors. The Democratic Alliance of Honorable Jenkinson is in court today seeking to reverse this policy because to them, anything that affirms the humanity of black people is an affront. If it were up to them, state procurement would still be in the hands of the white minority. This is not charity but justice. It is economic transformation in motion. It is a declaration that black businesses, township entrepreneurs, women, youth, and persons with must not sit at the edge of development. They too must have a place at the dinner table. With over 3,500 job opportunities to be created, 60% getting women, and nearly 2,000 for young people, we are planting seeds of self-reliance and not this dependency that apartheid apologists on my left prefer. Indeed, these are not just roads for cars. They are roads for commerce, for economic inclusion, and for human dignity. Honorable Speaker, safety is the cornerstone of dignity. This budget does not treat safety as a policing statistic, but as a lived human right. The department's work in advancing the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy is commendable. In the third quarter of 2024-25, crimes detected through police action rose by 34.9%. This is a sign of strategic, intelligence-led policing that is rebuilding trust and visibility. We are truly impressed with the 356 million allocated through the Public Transport Operations Grant, together with reforms like Operation Sivese, all of which are meant to ensure safe, legal, and integrated mobility, particularly in rural areas. This is the ANC giving effect to its commitment to empower the taxi industry, formalize its operations, and protect commuters. It also demonstrates a practical step towards realizing the Freedom Charter's vision, that is, that the people shall share in the country's wealth, and that wealth includes safe, affordable transport. Honorable Speaker, in practical terms, this budget does not just patch potholes, it patches the past. It does not only maintain roads, it maintains trust. It does not merely fund safety, it funds freedom. It is not built for balance sheets, it is built for people. We have no quarrel with the opposition doing their work of criticizing. After all, it's the only thing they can do. We will be building roads in the meantime, whilst they are criticizing and shouting. Re boele hape ho, much as we understand hore they need to criticize, empa ba utlwisise hape hore re na le puso ya province le puso ya dimasepala. Ditsela tsa rona tse yang mabitleng ke mosebetsi wa dimasepala. Mabone a rona di street lights ke mosebetsi ya dimasepala. Let the unbelieving Thomases doubt, but the youth of our province will be gainfully employed. Let the noise from this side rise, but the lives of our people shall be changed for the better. When history looks back on this moment, it shall be said that the true representatives of the people chose development over delay, dignity over division, and action over apathy. I therefore urge this House to rally behind Budget Vote 10. Let the Free State rise, let development roll, let the ANC lead, and let history record that in this moment, we chose progress over posture, action over apathy, and transformation over timidity. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I rise not only to support this budget vote, but to affirm that this budget represents more than rands and cents. It is a statement of purpose. It is about restoring dignity, building infrastructure, ensuring safety, and empowering the people of the Free State. Through it, we shall drive our people forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable MEC may now reply.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ke lebohe motsotso le nako. O ka arabela tse hlahisitsweng ke dibui tse tlileng pele ho nna moo. In the previous debate, MEC Mokoena went to town to explain the character of opposition that we have. The opposition that believes its own truth and its own truth only. So that's not our burden. Relikile o kenya sekolo mo. Fela se kene ka mo. It had to take a reputable business person that was part of the entourage that accompanied the president to the White House to unmask the lies that are told by the DA and their friends in the far right. Honorable Speaker, people have been trying very hard, especially towards that particular trip by the president to the US, to project a narrative that South Africa is a completely disorientated and a state that is falling apart. And actually to feed into the narrative that in South Africa there exist conditions that can define us differently as a state. Today again, they denied and continue to deny everything that have been said in the debates that have been unfolding in this House about the progress that our country is making. There is no country in the world that has prospered through a time horizon of less than 30 years that they have set themselves to develop themselves. We are only 30 years. Now, they say to us today, again, we must not talk about the past. It is only the present that will define our country. We refuse that lie. We refuse it. Now, through you, Honorable Speaker, Major Balal, from the EFF, not every road you see outside there has to be done by this department that presented a budget vote here. But in this country, there's a constitution in which there's what is called intergovernmental relations. There's recently what is called DDM. We work through those platforms to support one another. We did say in the budget vote speech that we entered into Kwakwa and we did not enter uninvited. We entered there through the frameworks that exist in our country. There's intergovernmental relations, there's DDM. We said to you today, there are 6 roads, including the Charles Mupedi precinct that we are doing in Kwakwa, and we'll continue to do them. Whether you try to tell your own truth, but the truth we know, and the truth is that we are working in Kwakwa, we are working roads there, and we'll continue on that path. Now, what Honorable Chabalala was saying here today is a complete unfounded truth. Not every road has to be done by us. But like I say, we work through collaborations with other levels of government. I want to thank honorable members from the African National Congress for reminding you and repeating again what we said there. We presented a plan today here because we understand that a budget is not just a technicist undertaking, but it is a tool to enhance development. And the operating word throughout the presentation has been about building working collaborations. Now, let me come to the D8 claims. The D8 claims that there's a neglect of rural gravel roads. The roads that we work and that we are continue to work, they stretches about 20,590 of gravel roads that we must work, and we understand why. Because of the character of the province and the fact that agriculture is one of the important mainstay of the economy of the Free State. So we will get into that space. We presented a plan here today. What is it that we are going to do? We told you about projects that we are doing that are important for township revitalization, including working on the gravel roads that enhances the movement of people throughout the province. Now, that's the truth, not the truth that was told by the opposition. That is their truth. The department has already presented its plans and budget constraints to the portfolio committee, and we were here. We were requested to come forward by Honorable Van Vieren. We did that presentation. We indicated the shortfalls and how they impact on us maintaining the needed standards of our roads. But again, because it is not the truth they want to hear, they will continue to deny it forever and ever. The majority from the issue of the irregular expenditure, let's just explain again that it arose out of the management of the bus contracts that we are supporting in the Free State. Because again, if the African National Congress does nothing and there is a transport blackout, it is the same black communities that are going to suffer, which we are not going to allow to suffer whilst we are still in charge of this government in the Free State. Now, we are unflinching on that one. Now, there's concern about rural safety, and I must indicate that we do have working collaborations with the private sector, and indeed, we are using technologies that are out there to support us in that task. I indicated here the number of operations that the police undertook to enhance and make sure that there's safety in rural communities. And by rural communities, we mean everybody that live in that space, all people in the rural setting. Now, we are told here that we are doing nothing. I also indicated in my presentation how many detectives that are going to be trained and when are we expecting them back to be part and parcel of police services? Now, the load of dockets given to detectives, it's not like there is nothing that is being done. The numbers are there in the presentation I made today. How many detectives are going to be trained for the Free State to assist us close that gap? So all of these are going to fall on the deaf ears. I previously indicated that we did undertook a visit to the entirety of the border line, starting from the south, right up to the north, to Kwakwa in the Mononsa border post. And in that, we were working collaboratively again with the farmers, South African National Defence Force, and our officials from the department. We are also working closely with our counterparts in Lesotho. There are regular meetings that are taking place from the north, the central, and the south. So we are on that ball. It's not like nothing is done. I indicated here that at some point we will be launching and consolidating a strategy to enhance and enforce rural safety. So, Honorable Speaker, the truth, it is their truth, the real truth do exist, and we presented the real truth in this House. And that truth is the truth that we promise to deliver to the people of the Free State. Thank you.
The reply. Sizakulinda imini yakho ndiyayibona le uthi uyohlala phansi. Siyabulela malume ngohlala phansi. The reply by the Honorable MEC concludes the debate on vote 10, community safety, roads and transport. We now proceed to motion 2. The acting secretary shall read motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill B4 of 2025 be continued. Vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure.
The vote before the House is vote 9, Public Works, Roads and Transport. The Honorable MEC Memanje may now address the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Madam Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, executive mayors and mayors present, councillors, leaders of the opposition parties, traditional leaders present, acting DG and heads of departments, our strategic partners, a special greeting to IDT, our invited business people, distinguished guests, comrades, and friends. I greet you today on a very significant month in the history of South Africa, a month that we remember a gallant youth generation of 16 June 1976, a generation that will always be remembered in our authentic history books as a youth that revolted against racist apartheid colonialism. Honorable Speaker, I must remind this House that it is the youth who propelled the liberation movement in South Africa to engage in an armed struggle against the then racist apartheid government. It is the student of SASO who kept the fighting spirit against apartheid when liberation movements were banned. The generation of 1970s have demonstrated that youth can always play a turning point in our society. The youth of today should follow in the footsteps of the 1976 youth and become agents of change. As we gather here today in this August House, it is with profound sense of duty and optimism that I present the budget vote for Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the 2025-2026 financial year. One of the critical questions this budget seeks to address is whether we are providing sufficient resources for job creation and maintenance of our buildings. We commit this budget, excuse me, Speaker. This budget is not merely a collection of numbers and charts. It is a declaration of our collective vision and commitment to the growth and development of our province. In the face of global and domestic challenge, we focus on economic recovery, infrastructure development, and substantial job creation. This budget vote sets the foundation for sustainable growth and service delivery, aiming to transform our society in a meaningful way. Our budget allocation reflects a strong commitment to government accountability and efficiency, ensuring alignment with national development goals and objectives. Honorable Speaker, the department's work is informed by 7th administration priorities, which found expression in the midterm development plan. The priorities are as follows: drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The department is contributing towards the attainment of all these priorities, with much more focus on priority 1, which is inclusive growth and job creation, whilst also integrating the public works sector priorities. One of the critical questions this budget seeks to address is whether are we providing sufficient resources for job creation and maintenance of our buildings. We are committed to ensure that these initiatives are well-funded and effectively implemented, and create real opportunities for our citizens. As we reveal the financial roadmap for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we do so with a clear understanding of our responsibility to set a trajectory for developmental that benefits all. The people of the Free State Province deserve a budget that prioritizes their needs, focuses on sustainable development, and eliminates inefficiencies. This is not just a financial plan, it is a political policy commitment to a brighter and a better future for all. Our pledge as political leaders is clear. Every rand allocated must serve the people of the Free State, driving tangible outcomes, and break the cycle of empty promises. The budget is designed to rebuild public trust and demonstrate a genuine commitment to progress and social equity. We are inspired to continue delivering the benefits of political freedom to the people of our province by creating avenues for them to access economic freedom. Honorable Speaker, the core areas of department includes maintenance of government buildings, infrastructure development, property management, and expanded public works program. These key programs are at the center of the fight against triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The department continues to strive towards further professionalization of our labor force, as outlined in the directives of compulsory training programs and human resource management and development for the public service. During the 2024-2025 financial year, the department prioritized the professional development of employees, bearing in mind that a competent, well-trained workforce is essential for achieving departmental objectives. This includes continuous professional development for construction project managers, engineers, quantity surveyors, architects, works inspectors, tradesmen, and those occupants tasked with good governance, ensuring that they are equipped with the latest industry standards and best practices. A recent skills audit conducted revealed targeted skills gaps within the built environment employees, particularly the works inspector and related cadre. A comprehensive program that addresses these skills gaps and prepares participants for professional registration commenced during May 2025. These skills interventions will lay the foundation for contributing to enabling the 45 members staff to register at the South African Council for the project and construction management professions as certified professionals building inspectors. As we continue as committed during the budget vote of 2024-2025 financial year, the department invested just above $1 million, just below $1 million rather, for staff on salary level 2 to 5 undergoing the compulsory ethic training, which is one of the cornerstone skills development interventions aimed at contributing to an ethical professional public service. 283 employees have completed this training. Given the department 100% compliance, National School of Government have issued a certificate to the department confirming this particular achievement. Honorable Speaker, during the 2025-2026 financial year, we will fill 30 critical vacancies that will contribute to the achievement of the strategic objectives of the department within our mandated functions. These posts cut across 3 budget programs and includes relevant posts on senior management level, the professional and technical cadres, artisans, property management, and supply chain management. Critical and key posts vacated during the course of the financial year will also receive attention. We furthermore aspire to increase our representation of persons with disability employees from 3.7% to 5% of the workforce. Honorable Speaker, training and development of artisans is at the center of our maintenance program. Through the RPL program, facilitated by accredited training providers, the department has over the past 3 years successfully assisted 22 artisans in obtaining their qualifications in critical trades, including plumbing, painting, bricklaying, lifts mechanics, plastering, welding, air conditioning and refrigeration, electrical work, fitting, and carpentry. By equipping artisans with recognized credentials, we are enhancing job security, promoting entrepreneurship, and driving economic growth in our province. In 2025 academic year, we've awarded 34 additional part-time bursaries to employees. This initiative is aligned with commitment to enhance capacity building, foster employee upskilling, and drive improved organizational performance. Bursaries include 13 technical, of which 11 are artisans, 1 each in quantity surveying and geo-information science and technology, supply chain, security, and general management. On training and skilling development, the department facilitated more than 24 different training interventions, during which 560 permanent employees benefited. In line with our training priorities, a focus initiative was undertaken to upgrade skills levels of security officers at salary level 5 and above. 33 security supervisors obtained a grade A security certificate as recognized by SIRA. For the 2025-26 financial year, the department will expand this initiative to encompass the remaining security personnel, further advancing their professional qualifications and skills. Honorable Speaker, the department, in collaboration with Oprinico Business Enterprises and Bank Sita, has partnered to facilitate a structured graduate internship program for unemployed graduates. The initiatives aim to support youth employability and skills development in alignment with national priorities. 36 interns funded by Bank Sita in various disciplines, inclusive of finance, cost management, accounting, information technology, communications, quantity surveying, and technical engineers, have been placed across key functions within the department and in our districts. Also in 2025-2026, Honorable Speaker, we will appoint interns in critical areas of architecture, civil mechanicals, electrical engineers, quantity surveying, project management, and related professionals. As we strive to build a capable, responsive, and people-centered public service, we must recognize the critical role of structured training pathways in transforming the lives of our people, especially young people. The department acknowledges the strategic value that sector education and training authorities offer in equipping our people with the skills necessary to actively participate in the economy and service delivery. Our training portfolio includes critical development across different programs focusing on internship, learnership, expanded public works program, artisan development to strengthen our technical capacity in maintenance and infrastructure delivery. These programs are not merely compliance activities. They are transformational tools that unlock potential, restore dignity, and build economic inclusion. It also affirms our readiness to absorb and capacitate young people in a meaningful way. We believe these efforts will not only improve our internal capacity, but will also contribute to the broader developmental agenda of the province by increasing youth employability, promoting skills alignment, and advancing transformation. Honorable Speaker, investing in our people is investing in the future of the province. We therefore commit to forging strong, outcome-oriented relationship with SETAs to ensure that every opportunity to uplift, train, and employ is fully harnessed. Honorable Speaker, Aligned with the overarching goals of the MDDP, the department is committed to upholding the principle of inclusive development and improved service delivery. Maintenance plays a critical role in this effort as it ensures the reliability of essential infrastructure for all citizens. Through coordinated planning and execution, we aim to enhance service delivery conditions, stimulate economic growth, and foster a sense of community pride. Our commitment to infrastructure maintenance remains steadfast, focusing on projects exceeding 50 million in value, underscoring our dedication to high-impact initiatives. The department completed, Honorable Speaker, the department completed 7 renewable energy backup systems in 2024-25 financial year. The program objectives include the installation of solar photovoltaic plants, renewable water heating solutions, and water and waste management. However, due to budget constraints, the department will focus on installing rooftop solar PV plants with backup batteries on 2 buildings, implementing renewable energy solutions for water heating using heat pumps, and retrofitting old lights with energy-efficient LED lights. The Shared Water Savings Project exemplifies our focus on sustainability and innovation. Currently, the department implemented this particular project across 9 properties, including 7 hospitals, government garage, and public works offices in Hamilton. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has, in collaboration with the Moteo Construction Group, been able to reach an outstanding milestone of saving 7 billion liters of water in 5 years. The value of this water is equivalent to 350 million. Furthermore to this, we are pioneering the water savings initiative even further by intending to supply our hospitals with borehole water, and that will be treated on an outside filtration plant. This will relieve the strain on water systems and enable areas that are in dire of water to receive this essential resource. Every drop of water we save is water made available to those who need it. In 2025-26 financial year, the department plans to complete 2 maintenance projects for Fidel Castro and OR Tambo House, as well as conditional assessment for 27 buildings based on identified unused or dilapidated properties to determine their future purpose. The Free State Provincial Government has been allocated significant donation of energy generation equipment from the People's Republic of China as part of our technical assistance program initiated during August 2023 state visit by President Xi Jinping to South Africa. This donation, secured under the leadership of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, aims to address the critical energy challenges within the province, especially in public facilities such as those in education, health, and social development. Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan highlights the importance of infrastructure development as an enabler of socio-economic development. In carrying out this particular mandate of delivering socio-economic infrastructure projects on behalf of sister departments and our own maintenance projects, the department remains committed to complete the following projects in 2025-2026 financial year. Katlehong Mpumelelo Secondary School in Amelia in Sasobek will be completed and handed over in the current financial year in 2025-2026. This project is currently standing at 94% completion, with the school hall only being the facility that is still outstanding. Lebanon Special School in Tabong, Velcom. The project is standing at 97% progress, with only the dining hall, kitchen, and laundry being finalized. Tusanom Building in Mangaung, which is going to house Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs once it is completed, is currently standing at 72% completion. Our traditional leaders will be housed in this state-of-the-art building, which was once exposed to vandalism. The department has completed and handed over the second phase of Sierra Leone Children's Home Center to the Department of Social Development, thereby bringing services closer to the community. This phase of this project includes the integration of energy-saving solar panels, which are designed to significantly lower electricity consumption. The newly refurbished facility now features a modern office spaces, consultation rooms, and recreational areas aimed at promoting healthy lifestyles and improving community well-being. Additionally, By relocating social development operations to a state-owned property, not only reduces government's extensive leasing costs, but also boosts economic growth through effective use of existing assets. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, Eureka Hostel has been handed over to Department of Education. Qibing Library in Wepener is completed, and it is yet to be handed over to Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. Honorable Speaker, on the 10th of April, I had the privilege of conducting an oversight to Orange Grass School Hostel in Qarib. I'm pleased to report to this House that the construction of the school has been successfully completed and it will be handed over to Department of Education. The following projects are still under construction. Breeder Hostel is currently standing at 87% complete. Boitumelo Special School in Tabanchu is standing at 40% complete. Moranatsuzi Primary School in Makolokweng Harris Smith is standing at 45% completion. Transbeck Special School is currently at 35% complete. The school will have facilities such as autism classes and different trades workshop to equip the learners with handy skills. Father Balink in Paris is standing at 87% completion. Tandanani Clinic in Tabong, Velcom, 85%. Reader Park Clinic in Velcom, also 85%. Buitumelo Hospital in Korenstad has been in construction over a decade, having gone through the hands of different contractors and none of them were able to complete it. It's currently standing at 35% completion. We initially intended to complete all these projects in 24-25 financially. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the project's completion has been rescheduled to 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable Speaker, we remain committed to delivering these projects and ensuring successful completion. We plan to undertake forensic investigation on Seheso Primary School in Bothaville, a project that had been halted due to numerous challenges. The intention is to uphold accountability and ensure value for money, as well as putting controls on the process. Honorable Speaker, we stated in this August House last year during the department's budget vote that we will place property transformation high on our agenda. We will, and we are determined as part of socio-economic transformation to transform the property industry, yet challenges on this front continues. The department plays a central role in promoting transformation in the property industry, which is by far dominated by previously advantaged individuals. The department has paid just about an amount of 340,433,444 rand for office accommodation at the end of March 2025. The department currently has 54 leases for office accommodation, which 39 contracts are with previously disadvantaged individuals, which translate to 72.22%. 5 contracts are with government entities, which translates to 9.26%, and 10 contracts are with previously advantaged individuals, which translate to 18.52%. The department has fulfilled the commitment regarding the advertisement of 6 office accommodation needs and anticipate advertising the additional 7 during the 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the department is on an upward trajectory in its quest to improve or to move from privately owned properties to state-owned buildings. The department has repurposed and refurbished 17 buildings for office accommodation in the past 5 years. This was an attempt to reduce payments of operating leases. Furthermore, the department has identified and budgeted for refurbishment of 5 state-owned buildings during the MTEF period. This includes conversion of Toba Pilo School in Botshabelo to be used as office accommodation. This is a quest of the department to move from privately owned buildings to state-owned buildings. Additionally, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will be providing Straydom House to Department of Arts, Sports and Culture and Recreation for the purposes of establishing a film studio in the Free State Province. Honorable Speaker, as a custodian of provincial owned properties, the department has a mandate to maintain this property portfolio as it contributes towards investment value and revenue potential of the province. We currently have 4,889 properties recorded in the immovable asset register with a value of 12.5 billion. The immovable asset register complies with the minimum requirements of immovable asset register, and fiscal verifications are done continuously to ensure that the information captured in the asset register is credible. In 2024, during November and December, the department hosted property management roadshow across all 5 districts. The primary goal of the roadshow was to showcase the immovable asset management by the department, as well as to highlight the 29 unused and dilapidated properties to be advertised through competitive bidding process, where interested bidders will be able to provide proposals on the best use of these properties in their current condition. The advert for unused dilapidated properties will be published during the 25-26 financial year. The valuable impact of this initiative will yield minimum vandalism in state-owned properties, improve and enhance local economic growth through generating revenue for the Free State Province. The department still has plans to adopt various models such as BOTs, which is build, operate and transfer, and refurbishing, operate and transfer. And the models will be tested in properties such as Nurses Home in Pelonomi Hospital, Kopano Complex in Velkom, Voortrekker Hospital in Kroonstad, and Ramkral in Bloemfontein, inclusive to buildings as state land that will also be made available for developmental purposes. Honorable Speaker, it is with great pleasure to announce to this House that the ownership of Naledi San in Tabanchu has been transferred to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, or rather to the Free State Government by Department of Rural Development. The use of this property and other strategic earmarked properties will be geared towards contributing to the economic development of this economically depressed area. Department is in the process of identifying pieces of land that can be used by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the development of small-scale farmers, which with much more focus on youth. This program is meant to enhance on the already progressive program as led by MEC Rockman, which focuses on young farmers. As we continue to work hard in preserving our portfolio, property portfolio, the department is concerned about the increasing incidence of theft and vandalism of our public infrastructure. We have invested in CCTV cameras and other electronic measures to curb this challenge. Honorable Speaker, access to land is a complex issue with historical roots in apartheid policies. We'll forge ahead with the 7th Administration commitment as led by Honorable Premier Mema Queen Letua Matai to make land available for our communities. As approved by the Executive Council on the 30th of April 2025, a total of 881 properties have been identified to undergo the disposable process in Extension 26, known as Phase 6 in Bloemfontein. Phase 1 will be focusing on the disposal of 168 self-built structures, with 98 of those structures will be disposed through donation to pensioners, unemployed, and child-headed families. The other 70 will be disposed of through sale to employed and self-employed individuals. The remaining ones will also be attended to in phases. Honorable Speaker, as part of empowering communities in Tabanchu and Hededal Extension 25 and 26, the recent, Tabanchu and Hededal Extension 25 and 26, with decent residential accommodation, the department has appointed a panel of conveyancers for a period of 36 months to fast-track the registration processes. Honorable Speaker, the department receives insufficient allocation to cover property rates and municipal services and continuously spend 100% of its own allocation. The original budget has always been supplemented with the increased during the budget adjustment process to ensure continued payments of property rates and municipal services to municipalities and other service providers. The budget for 2025-2026 for property rates is sufficient for payment of the current account. It's rather unfortunate that the budget for municipal services is inadequate to pay all municipalities, which has a negative effect on service delivery to municipalities. The current allocation covers a minimum of 2 to 5 months of the financial year for the medium to large municipalities. We rely on the adjustment budget process for an additional allocation to be allocated to small municipalities. The process to request additional funding at different fora will continue. Interventions are also in place to reduce the debt owed to municipalities. In investing, or in rather assisting municipalities to sustain service delivery, a total amount of 537 million has been paid for municipal services and 580 million has been paid for municipal property rates as the end of 31st March 2025. The department still has a projected shortfall of about 142 million for property rates and 824 for services towards municipalities. Honorable Speaker, our revenue enhancement strategy has not yet yielded positive trajectory. Our collection rate has not really been good. It has been significantly low. However, we'll continue to leverage on our asset base for more revenue. The original target for revenue was 77 million for the department. However, we managed to collect 40 million against the adjusted budget or target of 56 million in 2024-25 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the Free State Province has a target of 30,000 job opportunities in 2024-2025 financial year for all public bodies participating on EPWP program. At the end of 2024-25 financial year, the province created 26,372 validated job opportunities, of which 69 of those were for women, 35 youth, and 1% for people living with disability. Honorable Speaker, I must also acknowledge that the contribution by other state entities within the province, such as National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and non-state sector, have contributed positively towards attainment of this particular achievement. The department will continue to drive awareness program to mobilize persons with disability to participate in the program. Together with municipality, we will be implementing the following programs: Cash for Waste Community Works program, Cleaning and Greening program, and National Youth Service program. At the end of 2024-2025 reporting cycle, the department implemented all 4 programs which managed to ensure that 237 job opportunities are created. In this financial year, the province has a target of 32,645 job opportunities, of which 21,409 of those are expected to come from provincial departments and 11,236 for municipalities. This commitment is supposed to be supported by the provincial EPWP grants, which has been allocated to us an amount of 69.515 million, with 36 million to provincial departments, while 32,605 is allocated to municipalities. Notwithstanding the allocation, Honorable Speaker, public bodies are expected to augment their grant allocation with baseline budgets and maximize the work opportunities and realize their respective targets. Again, Honorable Speaker, the department will continue to contribute 2,000 job opportunities in this financial year with a budget of 40 million, including our grant allocation of 4.2 million from National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Out of this annual target, 60% will benefit women, 55% will benefit young people, and 2% will benefit people living with disability. We are committing to source additional funds available from other avenues to expand our job creation initiatives beyond our targets. Honorable Speaker, as announced by the Premier during the State of the Province address, 32,000 work opportunities under expanded public works program during the State of the Address in February. We are committed to realizing this particular commitment. Honorable Speaker, the department launched an artisan development program in October 2024, which solemnly focuses on maintenance of infrastructure, particularly dilapidated buildings, and turn them into decent office accommodation. This program is invested to yield not less than 1,000 job opportunities in the next 3 years. A total of 292 learners are placed in departmental regional offices to support our maintenance team under the supervision of qualified and experienced chief artisans. Amongst them, a considerable number of trainees trained in painting, plumbing, electrical, bricklaying, carpentry, and plastering. The Medfontein building in Mangaung is currently going under major renovations through this particular artisan development program. I'm pleased to present to you, Honorable Speaker, that the construction is at an advanced stage to restore the building to its former glory. The departmental artisans learners were also central to the restoration of Glen College, leading to its speedily reopening. The footprint of this particular program also spread to the regions of Lejolipuzwa, where other public entities have now been completed. A typical example is Kopano Complex in Velkom, where community sports centers and the Department of Agriculture are already in occupation. A medical drug rehabilitation building also undergone major renovations and has since been refurbished to office accommodation for the Department of Education. I must also highlight major successes in Thabo Mfutsanyana region, where we have successfully managed to trade test and qualify 28 artisans. This progress has also seen a number of buildings being renovated and handed over to client departments: Department of Health, Department of Human Settlement, Distia, SASA offices, administration block benefited from this particular program. I'm pleased, Honorable Speaker, to announce that we have successfully forged partnership with some of the municipalities that have embraced this concept. Mantsopa will receive 53 learners, Setoto 20 learners, Dihlaben local municipality 12 learners, Mesimaholo local municipality 21 learners, Ngwate municipality 20 learners, and Mashaben local municipality 20 learners. The extended initiatives have seen a total of 146 learners benefiting with training opportunities. The learners are helping these municipalities with direct service delivery pressing needs such as faulty street lights, road markings to improve safety, potholes repairs, default water meters, waste treatment works, including electrical cable faulting, finding, as well as water leaks and welding. A total of 170 learners have been identified and the recruitment processes are being concluded. The department is making use of accredited trade test centers and independent moderators to regulate or regulated by CETA. The department has planned with sector education and training authority in ensuring equitable funding support for this program. I'm pleased to announce to this House that to date we have received a commitment from Construction CETA of about 9.9 million for training and development of our participants. These participants that will be participating on this particular program will be placed or allocated mainly to hospitals in relations or in response to our maintenance challenges of our healthcare facilities. We also encourage other funding institutions to open their doors for collaboration in ensuring alignment of government resources. Honorable Speaker, for the current midterm expenditure framework, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure budget increased from 2.1 billion in 2024-2025 financial year to 2.3 billion. This adequate or equates to an increase of 6.10% from last year. This allocation To each of the departmental programs for 2025 is divided as follows. Program 1 will receive 208.054 million. Program 2 will receive, which is Public Works and Infrastructure, 2.30 billion. Program 3, EPWP, is allocated 62.907 million. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I would like to express my appreciation to the African National Congress, my organization, and all alliance partners. We remain loyal to our movement. To the Honorable Premier of the Free State, Honorable Premier Makwin Letua Matai, we serve at your behest, and thank you for your leadership and guidance. To my colleagues in the Executive Council, thank you for working with us the journey during difficult moments. Words of thanks goes to the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Infrastructure, Roads, Transport, and Human Settlement, chaired by Honorable Van Vieren, and the Chairperson of SCOPA, Honorable Opa Khwabane, for the oversight role and constructive inputs on us that seeks to make the department a productive organ. To the collective work of the officials of the department led by Acting HOD Ndatem Tolo, your work is quite evident and much appreciation. Thank you and the A-team of the department. To my inner office, my family, especially my siblings, my children, and my partner, thank you for understanding and for your unwavering support. Your continuous reminder that even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise again keeps me going. I really appreciate you. To the beautiful souls that look after my children, whom I called deputy moms, thank you very much, Panda and Manax. Bagaitso setlogolo sa ditholo kokomane ya barolong e a le leboga lesedi. Honorable Speaker, I hereby table the Department of Public Works budget vote for 2025-2026 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you. We proceed to the debates, on the MEC's presentation of the budget vote of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Haurekwi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and the collective of members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Marena Aruna, members of the public, please receive my warm greetings. Honorable Speaker, I address this House a day after Legacy Youth Day, as alluded by other honorable members came before me, and to acknowledge our ongoing journey toward a more equitable, inclusive, and prosperous South Africa. On this significant month, we not only commemorate the courage and sacrifices of the youth of 1976, but also reaffirm our steadfast commitment to fostering a society in which every woman, every young person, and every individual living with disability is empowered to actively contribute to shaping the future of the Free State, particularly in the essential field of infrastructure and development. MEC Manje delivered a comprehensive and inspiring budget speech that demonstrated a strong political commitment to infrastructure, job creation, ethical government, and public sector professionalism. MEC, I'm in agreement with you that the people of Free State deserve a budget that prioritizes the needs focuses on sustainable development, eliminates inefficiencies. This is not just a financial plan. It is a political policy commitment to a brighter and better future for all. It is indeed true that the Free State Strategic Growth Agenda and Special Plan framework serve as a guiding instrument for the province's socio-economic development, as the two framework outline a cohesion vision for sustainable growth, equitable resources distribution, and spatial transformation. Thus, the commitment of your department to reverse years of apartheid injustice in expiring and appreciated. Honorable Speaker, the department is correctly focused on training and capacitating the public servant who are critical in delivering services to our people. We appreciate the commitment and continuous capacitation of artisans in obtaining formal qualification in critical trades, including plumbing, painting, bricklaying, plastering, welding, air conditioning, and electrical work. The above skills are extremely critical for the economic growth and job creation in our province. Please never get tired, MEC, to contribute to the people of the Free State, as you are correctly doing through these trainings. Speaker, EPWP, as it relates to artisan development and professional training initiative, reflect a clear understanding that infrastructure without people is indeed empty. The infrastructure development should be anchored on the people, as we need human capital that is able to deliver efficient service delivery. The project completion updates from the Katlego Mpumelelo Secondary School and Tandanani Clinic does reassure us that service delivery is not just a promise, but an ongoing reality. This project has the potential to change lives, especially in those areas. Thank you to the leadership of the province for their commitment. Thank you so much, Premier and your collective. Speaker, the proposed property transformation initiative also shows strategic foresight for the department, and that must be welcomed by everyone across the political divides. Moving toward a more inclusive property industry, promoting historical disadvantaged individuals, and responsibly managing provincial assets are all key to economic redress. This initiative will go a long way to ensure that the state assets are used productively and in the interest of our provincial economy. Honorable Speaker, the ongoing challenges around project delays, especially as it relates to critical facilities like Buitumelo Hospital and Tronsberg Special School, must be addressed proactively. Even though we understand that the delay are sometimes due to unforeseen circumstances, consistent project slippages over multiple financial years threaten public confidence and impact negatively on service delivery. The dedication of the MEC to address these challenges give us hope and optimism. We wish to all urge the department to absorb these artisans into permanent jobs and recruited interns should also be retained in the public sector and their skills be used to increase service delivery. Honorable members, we need to commend the department of its commitment to transparent, ethical, and inclusive public service, but let us also remain vigilant and ensure that every rand allocated is matched with impact and life-changing actions. The Free State Department of Public Works is not just about bricks and mortar. It's about building communities, creating jobs, enabling service delivery to the people of the Free State. And I'm convinced, Honorable Speaker, that the budget vote has fully addressed all the above areas. In conclusion, ANC support the 2025-2026 vote for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as presented by the MEC. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dipoko.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to the leadership of the EFF, Honorable Machabalala, and Kiwani Kutlon Zodimedis Maren, Hakisoba Boni, Avaletin Kamana Kiva Dumedis, Sechava Sesit, Lesafre Stata Dumelang. Speaker, I think MEC Pile Atlamon. Speech adoptions of the budgets and all of that. She must first account of where I think a disruption in this city. More like I want to make so how I feel. Kiengwa the buildings, I agree custodian at the buildings. She must account, receive or understand or what is happening. In some of your the key priorities, let me see. When I pusoya how ya GNU. Le hlalosa ntho thweng ke inclusive growth and job creation. E kare le ntse mathata mono e mo mona o balabala diketekete tsa di jobs created amongst which o bala PWP, and I continue not to understand this PWP. One of these the transfer skills to the artisans, perhaps that makes sense to me. But there's this approach here, EPWP, where you take your own comrades, which I see as nepotism, Botloba along all over the province, Moba Fielang, Akitibu Fielo, Marba Fielo, which I believe that is somehow in Alodia Seritinha. But some of these people, Bafielang, the property states are housing under your custody, MEC. I can tell you for free how not any of your facility, and I'm betting to take you on that. And some of these facilities, shame dilapidated and all. Some abandoned, and the abandoned, I can mention a few. More Freestata, how fit our Nablo Fantemona ka Dr. Belcham. Only clinic join Yabafel, SSM Foundation. And I can tell you, Tucson building was subjected to that. But it does not make sense to me, or an MEC, you can abandon your own buildings. How vandalized? You come here, you tell us how worried you are about vandalism that continues to take place when you neglect buildings all over the place. Some of them get appearing registering but they are all neglected. I guess about the neglect a strategic also that to defer your tenderpreneur so that by refurbish and then would happen like you did that building a hospital and as home here Pelano. I think it's for a third time ever refurbished. How can you refurbish it? You leave it. It's true to your own nature, a shame. Last time I asked what happened to that building, I was told Siwa infrastructure that was unable to
apparently accommodate all doctors and nurses that were residing there. So ke bona hape o kgasetsa ona teng mo. I don't believe that's going to help us. This, the skolo sa tshehetso se kutlwang hona tjena khona o developa plan ya o tsamaya o lo se hand over to forensic investigators to deal with it. Skolo se sena le dilema ha ke tsebe ho fihla neneng hore o qete ho fana ka sona for and forensic investigation. And more commanding MEC, ho qhoma another entity a state o 20 DBSA. All over Monana, na le mathata a mangata da DBSA thing. There's never a delayed project. In fact, I think on a delayed project, it's a ngata of it, what you can count. Including some of them to develop more completely. Tshireletso being one of them. It's being delayed. I don't want to count DBSA, but DBSA continues to be a common factor in some of these delayed projects. And opatale bo dimaspala MEC. Opatale, you are delaying progress. How can mamona talk about concern development of our own people and municipalities, which are at a cold phase here, service delivery. By hempara, where? Kakoloto, sa how li building ya. So you can do much. You'd love to say, Speaker. Through you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Kwe, li building. Ta.
The book.
Via you, Speaker. Building ta high.
Awara remote patriarchal state. How to allow it that in those super boom matching and Roaba Tosa.
I'm threatened to get GBV now. But that being the case, Speaker, there are a whole lot of schools that are left unattended, where I don't know who it's alamo. Some are owned by Marena, some are owned by your good self, and both of you are unable, Kapanje, they decided to order, and nobody wants to hand them over to people who want to use them. As such, dilapidated. How fit are some of them? Get the foundation. Do you perhaps take time to go to the community because sometimes it does not make sense. Or sing it from start to finish. You're worried about vandalism. So I think you can do that. And one of the people who always complained to me, I don't know if Mutera Mudimu or Chapelo fellow are complaining to the EFF, Mema Chabalala, progressive school. I don't know why Safui school. O Shokomela Sona, but at the same time, Mofa Chelet. Patala, le Maspala, no one to approve all Kolotang, Kadi buildings. Hakitsi logiki, but you vale la Kaimo, through you speak. But what about PWP ba Beki ba kwatelang on their behalf, both Siriti Sabanas Hulanyan, some of them are sisters and relatives, and some of them repel albo, Rishera di Croza Calbo. Or what change la fella the uniform. Matlam move from orange one by to green, in all one waist, Kapakia Manga winyo, keep on a late club affiliates. Somehow I get very worried. How Keta Hobafanto, which I suspect needs to be a skill transfer program, how Keta transfer a skill, you don't hire these ones. What time over here things, some of them, what's why EFF is particular when it comes to capacitation in state and abolishment of tenders. So I see when you can create space for these ones over higher and how many were trained by your good self and how many were absorbed by your own department and how far are they? And state is sacred, but when it comes to friends and family members, state all of a sudden sinal space to give misivit. Yani why education is speaker ke tlo qetela o tlo amona on tsa debate e fitileng budget mare o tsitswe ka
Can really
honorable member, I'm a male and I'm addressing people. You can't be saying to members of Bowani in this house, really, Chairperson, Speaker, I kopa mokgaleme.
Ke la ka go kgalemela. Ko bona o gasetsa bothateng bo.
And haholo ka re ha tla ka bomme ka mo ehlile o na le mathata, so ne ke kopa ha go kgonala a mpa na dule fatshe kapa o no re tla kopana ka ntle.
Honorable Premier, tshoso ene kana ya batho ka ntle ke eng?
Honorable Speaker, re lo bua fela ka ntle re le bomme le yena.
Oh, okay.
Re mo tsebise gore bomme ba bohlokwa kae ho yena.
Morena ka.
Empa re ipatile.
Ke kopa o hlokomele o lo ba le mathata o lo bua le mme. Ke o kopile ka ra addressa nna.
No, Speaker,
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. No, Speaker, I think this, Ntwena ya GBV needs to be taken seriously. We can't joke about issues of GBV. Ke hlekefetso hore o ka ema mo pela public o bo bitsa motho wa mme wane. In fact, I think the honorable member should withdraw lebitso wane. We need to respect women, regardless of who we are. Thanks, Speaker.
Ke hlekefetso ya bohle. Ke hlekefetso ya bohle.
Honorable Speaker.
Member ya ela. Ke eng ka lona vandag?
Honorable Speaker, ne kopa ho botsa hore na why EFF e le siyo listing ya di debates. Re fumana ba se ba le ka mona empa in the list of the debates ha ona lebitso, Honorable Speaker. Maybe ha re ka fumana lebaka la tseo. Mohlomong ke tse ding tsa dintho tse etsa maemo a tjena. Thank you so much.
Ke hopola hore speaker o momo. Tse ding tsa dintho le tla di lokisa mo le tlamelo di lokisa. Empa speaker o momo mona. Me a ke a tsa phoso ka ho bitsa member. A re address ena. Eno ke engwe ka thoko. Ndate Lipopo. Ngwana ya sa batong go galengelwa hangata. Wa cha. Ha sa tshile khona batlang gore a bone ntona ke kotsi go galemetse. Ka re tlwella go ya go batho bana di members tsa legislature. Addressa nna. Jalo wena o e sebedisa o etsa botsotsi gore through you speaker bo re wena. Hula mantswana morenaka.
I withdraw, Speaker. Speaker, MEC wa education and I memo. We say
MEC wa
No,
education.
mana. No, this is too much,
MEC wa
Speaker.
education. MEC wa education o qetile.
that MEC wa education, Speaker.
That liane ska bapala ka mantswe.
I don't know how
Ha
is
ona
that.
phoso mono are address fela.
I don't see how.
Context ona jwale ke la tla ka bolela ka re ntho tse mantswe a mathata o sebediswa le context e go a sebedisa go.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you.
One MEC and I memo was removed out of a leaking building, which was state-owned, sent to another, a private-owned, still leaking, by the way, just to go pay rent. When I don't really understand if the reason how Monsaka that building it was leaking, another one that is leaking. Better yet, that's been cramped, lower cramped. But here, Speaker, ke na le taba tse ngata tsa fapha lena la public to ke bona fela hore ke tla leboela motsotso ona. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Ya leboa ke bone o na le mathata a matsogo morenaka. O etsa ntho wa ba tshwara ka morao ka mona. Thank you morena. Ona member Mokwena.
Honorable Speaker, thanks very much for the opportunity. Ke nke baka sena he ho kadima tumiso tsohle tse entsweng ke qetelle ka ho kenyeletsa moetapele wa opposition Dr. Roger Angelson. Honorable Speaker, while we debate this budget, we should perhaps not consider how much is being spent, but rather how wisely funds allocated to this department are being utilized. This department is a foundation on which the province rests. It must support government institutions through the facilitation of sustainable built infrastructure, managing government fixed assets, and reinforcing economic growth by coordinating and monitoring EPWP programs. A foundation of a structure is never seen, unless, of course, if it is an RDP house built by the ANC government. Honorable Speaker, while a foundation is never seen, it is the most vital part of any building structure. If your foundation is not deep enough, strong enough, or straight enough, the rest of the structure will be flawed. So too must this department be the foundation on which the government rests. It must ensure that its house is in order so that the department can function optimally. Unfortunately, this department has failed in fulfilling its mandate to the people of the Free State. Infrastructure developments continue to stagnate and have failed to provide a balanced and equitable government infrastructure by promoting accessibility that is sustainable, integrated, and environmentally sensitive, and ultimately supports economic development. It has failed to manage the implementation of the EPW program, as I said earlier. The Democratic Alliance is concerned that the 2.3 billion appropriated to this department will not be utilized in a manner that will address the infrastructure issues, promote sustainable job creation, and not just jobs for votes, but most importantly, deal with the outstanding debt and backlog of outstanding payments. Honorable Speaker, the EPW program has become a symbol of despair, hopelessness in this province. It has turned out the program into a means to an end rather than the instrument that encourages sustainable job creation, provides people with skills. This is what we want this program to do. It must provide people with skills. The failure of this department is a testament to the narrow thinking of the governing party. Across the province, we see orange overalls just keeping people busy. They are left to their own devices with no support or direction, and very often resort to sleeping under the trees and kill the day. This is a department, Honorable Speaker, that has a delivery agreement in which it is committed to creating decent employment. The key word here is decent. We want people, especially the young people of our province, to gain practical skills that can leverage them into a career. This department reported that through the EPW program in 2023-24, it created 2,029 employment opportunities. The MEC of this department last year told us that this department would create 30,000, and I'm sure they have been repeated now. By March this year, the DA-run Department of Infrastructure has surpassed annual targets by creating 84,000 work opportunities over 23 full-time equivalent jobs of the EPWP. We are saying this is possible. This shows that the DA-run Western Cape government is stepping up in working hard to build a resilient, prosperous province with a growing economy, which is rich with jobs opportunity for all.
You may have your seat.
Okay, Speaker, I just want to check whether the honourable member is willing to take a question.
Honorable Speaker, I'll do that if the time allows.
DA haina mmuso.
The DA is a party of empowerment and not exploitation. Yes, I know we are not in the Western Cape here, we are in the Free State. But we are comparing apples and apples. We are doing that. It is possible to ensure that our people can get work that gives them dignity. We must show this government that the people of this province what it looks like when a thorough economic growth, job creation, and not offered in exchange for favors or votes. The project mane ha re di sheba ka bokgutshwanyane. Tse sa feleng ke hloba boroko. Ho na le clinic Thabantsho mane e bitswang ka hore ke Dinane. Ke lemo tse 5 eso fele. Ho na le hostel mane for Risberg ya bread. Isa le kala ka 2018 le ka sheno eso fele. We can indicate that last year the MEC ula emi mona re bolela hore no ka October that hostel will be handed to the Department of Education. It has not happened up to date. Ha iso etsagala. Vogelfontein ke sekolo se ne se hawa ke Department of Infrastructure here. Who spent 18.5 million on that particular piece of land. There is not a brick, there's nothing. This department must live up to the expectation of the people of the Free State. They must deliver on their mandate. Ya tseba basebetsi mmoho le nna mona ba tla ba tlo bua ka hore mesebetsi ba yetsang fa setjhaba sa Free State seriti. Empa ho batswadi ba bana bano ba kenang breda mane ba tshwantse ba sebedise clinic yana mane bana ba tshwantse ba sebedise sekolo sa Vogelfontein ba tlameha hore ba tshele ditsela hana jwale. There's no dignity there, there's no service there. Hona ke nnete e sa bue ke ANC kapa ke DA. Hona ke nnete e mang le mang a e bonang. Ntamaiso Tpisana meaho ya mmuso e tla sa boikarabelo ba lefapha lena boholo ba yona ha bo maemong a matle maemo a teng a mabe. Ke bua ka meaho e ka tlisang tjhelete ka hare ho lefapha lena le hloleng ho patala di masepala. Bothaville man meaho e teng, Bethlehem, Viljoenskroon, Lady Brand, Welcome, meaho e ka kenyang tjhelete mona e eme fela ebile boleng ba yona bo ntse bo putlang. Hona le meaho e emeng fela e sa sebedisweng ke mafapha man. Batho le mekgatlo ba tla lefapheng lena ba tlo kopa meaho ena. Empa lefapha lena le isa batho hodimo le tlase. Re le Democratic Alliance re batla fela meaho ena e lokiswe e lokisehang. E rekiswe e ka rekiswang. Mahlatsipa a tlhekefetso a hloka mo a balehelang teng. Re ka ba fa meaho ena batho ba nang le dikretche di kenelang ka hara mekhukhu ba ka thuswa ka meaho ena. We are therefore saying the consequences of failed infrastructure projects are far-reaching. It is also in potential job creation, contractor development, and economic stimulation. The responsibility of this department stretches further than buildings. It is in the bettering of the circumstances of people, lives, and improving their social and economic positions. We must also be honest on the amount of outstanding payments to contractors that often hold up the completion of projects. It is less than a year in KwaZulu-Natal. The MEC of Public Works, who happens to be an ADA member, is close to clearing about 331 million project backlog. Underperforming contractors are being blacklisted, working contractors are paid on time, and the Treasury's target of 30-day payments is within reach. I don't think we can say the same about the Free State. Honorable MEC, through you, the Speaker, you once referred to your department as an infrastructure driver. I hope that at the end of this reporting period, you'll have used your position to improve our infrastructure investment. We want to see completion of delayed and abandoned projects, as you rightfully tabled here. Honorable Speaker, this department is also responsible for a very large property portfolio. But many of these buildings, as indicated, are underused, suffer from leaks, and have huge outstanding municipal bills. In February this year, many provincial departments were disconnected because of failure to pay for the electricity. Some of those buildings include Fidel Castro, Oliver Tambo. In response to a question this year, the department revealed that it still owns municipalities about 824. We are saying this money can be recouped by the department itself if it can do diligently on its revenue collection. Honorable Speaker, it is irresponsible for this department to default on municipalities. I want to remind the MEC that the Free State municipalities are at the top of the list of poor performing municipalities in the country. Failing to make payments directly impedes municipalities' ability to fulfill their mandate, which is to provide basic services to the people and to create local economy. Perhaps the 276,000 used for 2 trips by the MEC could have been better spent by allocating it to services that municipalities provided. The MEC, through you, Speaker, you must honor the trust of the people of the Free State by being responsible. I want to close off by saying, Honorable Speaker, that here are the few advices that one can give. Cadre deployment is the root of the ANC's governance failure. Sound infrastructure requires technical skills. You cannot construct a building with a rhetoric or loyalty. Sustainable job creation lies in the sustainable opportunity, investment in the economy, and job creation. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Ndade Matlati.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, colleagues in the executive, honorable members, government official and in respective portfolios, members of the public and Free Staters in general. I stand here representing the African National Congress and supporting the budget speech that was presented for public works and infrastructure by the Honorable MEC Dibulelo Manche. First and foremost, the Constitution of our country carries the following words, open quotes. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, and we respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representative, adopt the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to do the following. Firstly, heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental rights, close quote. In one of his writings, our former president of the African National Congress, Comrade Oliver Tambo, had the following to say, open quotes, using the power you derive from discovery of the truth about racism in South Africa, you will help us to remake our part of the world into a corner of the globe on which all humanity can be proud of, close quotes. I stand and reflect on this quote because there is a need to reflect on the intergenerational implications of apartheid to the people of this country. 30 years is not comparable to the 300 years of organized disenfranchisement, which is still institutionalized to date in some pockets of power within our society. The thinking behind the speech, the budget speech presented by Honorable Manje, is that we have a developmental state which also has a responsibility to intervene in balancing the odds and leveling the playing field. Unfortunately, and fortunately for some, we have a responsibility to also use the coercive power of the state to distribute resources in enabling the leveling of the playing field. We are not going to emulate what was done post-1949 when the National Party came into power and created the legacy we are still grappling with to date. We are not racist as the government led by the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, the plan included in the budget speech presented by Honorable Manje is designed to achieve the objectives of investing in the people of our country by not only developing the skills for the state, but even for the benefit of the economy in general. We stand to support all efforts to put bread on the table and to impart skills to our people. This may not be misconstrued as our destination, and this, Honorable Speaker, refers specifically to our project of EPWP. EPWP is a transitional phase. It's not our ultimate destination. Our ultimate destination is about creating an environment for the creation of decent and sustainable jobs. We are in transit towards creating a better life for all, despite the challenges that we face. The effort to build a capable state are welcomed. We should push till we are in a position to deal with a number of situations, including routine maintenance of our own buildings as the state. Ensuring delivery of the projects that have been identified and outlined is highly welcomed, Honorable Manje. And we need to work on efficiencies even more with collaboration with other sister departments and the state in general. The responsibility to manage state properties and to ensure efficiencies of contract management, we budget speech, and we would like to call upon you, to encourage you to move with even a greater speed to assist us in that. You gave us the feel that the department knows what it is managing in terms of the number of lease contracts that are in place. We've had the landscape of the contracts that the department is managing, and we are comfortable that you know what is it that you are managing, and we believe that you'll take us to other level. For that, we'd like to encourage you to push even more to improve efficiencies in the department. At some point, Honorable Speaker, our former president, O.R. Tambo, had this to say: the true facts are not always obvious. They often have to be looked for, close quotes. There are facts about what has been done by the ANC-led government. And sometimes we need to look at facts beyond the deliberate noise created by a single story that ANC government is not delivering. And it also reminds us of a saying that sometimes when a lie is told over and over again, even the person who tells it tends to believe that the lie is true. So that's something that is very important to keep in mind. And Honorable Speaker, in upholding the principles of inclusive development and improved service delivery is paramount, and we have observed with feeling of fulfillment that such will receive attention in the coming few months as contained in the injunctions of the MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure. Diversifying energy supply to government buildings is welcome to manage the electricity bill and to ensure energy security. We also note the water saving projects, and I stand here as being given the responsibility of health to also acknowledge the work that was done in terms of dealing with the water leakages in Pelonomi. Yes, we're still dealing with the steam leakages, which is quite a major task to be dealt with. But at this point, the water leakages have been attended to, and we are now focusing on the steam leaks with the cooperation of Public Works and Infrastructure. We welcome the donations of generators, and we have already started an internal process to ensure that the installation is done so that the generators are not only put there and not utilized. Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan, the NDP 2030 for South Africa, includes comprehensive infrastructure development plan aiming to transform the economic landscape and improve service delivery. A key component of this is the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, which provides strategic vision and framework for infrastructure development aligned with the NDP's goals. We welcome the effort of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to stabilize our delivery of projects so that we can be positioned to be in alignment and achieve the goals that have been set there. We welcome the work that has been done in terms of project management in the Public Works and Infrastructure Department, completion of schools which intend to normalize schooling in the farm workers' children. And this, Honorable Speaker, is something that's very important and very close to my heart personally. The main intention behind the development of a project of farm workers' children being put in hostels is something that's very important, because this is trying to shield them from anomalies of living in farms and the instability created by migration between the farm. The pain of farm evictions and school closures, children and parents are being dumped on roadsides after evictions. The decision by the Department of Education to house children of farm workers and farm dwellers in hostels was a better option than the children witnessing what their parents go through on a daily basis in a form of harassment. Information shared with the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture has informed that, was informed during the public hearings that farm workers suffer terribly in the Free State farms, and this can be obtained from the Legislature, National Parliament archives. Honorable Speaker, the last reference I would like to make to the President, Oliver Tambo. He mentioned at some point, I open quotes, the land on which the cattle grazed was communal property. It was owned by no one. It was nobody's private farm. It was common property of the people, shared by the people. So the practice of sharing was central to the concept of ownership of property, close quotes. Letting go of properties that does not have potential to contribute to the economy into the foreseeable future is something that is good, Honorable Manje. Please proceed with that project, and we believe that it will take our people from one level to the other level, letting go of land which our people have settled upon so that ownership of land is diversified. This would also be important. This is also important in that in as much as the code from OR make reference to the point whereby when the colonialists reached our country, and they privatized the land which we treated as communal, historically and based on our nature and the practice of Ubuntu. They came and they put private property titles on that. We have a responsibility as the state that has been given power to redistribute resources and level the playing fields to correct that anomaly that we have inherited. And finally, Honorable Speaker, yes, there is a need for all of us to lend a helping hand in terms of protecting the properties of the state, which we all struggle to build and, and maintain. Yes, it's true. We're struggling a bit, but we're getting there. And the plan that has been put on the table is clear that we're moving somewhere. Honorable Speaker, if I may, there's a mention about the issue of cadre deployment. And it's something that is quite interesting, and coming from people who have been able to, perfect the skill. It's just unfortunate that they didn't give it a name. And I think our sin is only that we have given it a name and it's known. But they do it more effectively and efficiently more than any of us. And because it doesn't have a name, nobody speaks about it. And we are supposed to be carrying this sin. We are sinners just because we gave a process a name. That cannot be acceptable, Honorable Speaker. We remain true to our commitment to making sure that the state functions properly, and we are not going to be held at ransom by our policy, which almost all of the political parties in power have a similar policy, and probably most of it unwritten because it's a power that's vested on a leader and being implemented through dictatorship. We are not a dictatorial organization. We are a democratic organization. And because we deal with issues in an open and democratic manner, we can't be here and being apologetic for our policy. Yes, we do have that policy, and we are going to maintain it. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable MEC may now reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mokoena, make reference to clinic Yadinani. A ringing Haisali Rakondraga about Limose Chalonse Fitila. Are you on to John? Hobane, this appointment of the contractor was only done towards the end of 2023-2024 financial year. So there is no such thing. So he is misleading the House, and he must actually withdraw such a statement. Two, on EPWP, our targets, how Sheba, our target for 2024-2025 financial year was 30,000 job opportunities. However, we managed to achieve 26,000 job opportunities. You see, reading is important, and listening is a skill. Now, maybe you did not have a copy, but most probably all of us got copies of this particular speech with this particular detail. So it's quite important that as we speak, we are conversant in terms of detail. Honorable Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that we come to this House and people choose to undermine a program called EPWP. Myself, as MEC of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, I'm a former participant of this particular program. At some point, it put food on the table. For us to come to this House and really undermine participants of this significant program that is able to help families to have something on the table rather than us who are getting salaries from the legislature. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite personal to me because I participated in this particular program. Those who have not seen, participants of EPWP, especially here in Mangaung, are much more focused on public spaces, your clinics, your hospitals, and so forth and so on, so that we are able to monitor in terms of the work that they do. There are participants who really work very hard. Maybe at some point, when you have engagements with participants, I'll take along members of this particular House to go and listen to these particular participants about their challenges and the success stories that we have achieved. Here in Mangaung, in 2024-2025, we appointed about 450 EPWP participants through a process that was transparent. We have taken a posture as the department that we are going to advertise this particular post because we've been accused of huira baduka masiu re kitima re etsa jwang. That is why we chose a process of adverts to deal with the issues of what we call nepotism or anything of that sort. Honorable Speaker, issues relating to transfer of skills. In this particular budget vote, we make reference that our artisan development program has yielded positive results. Today, some of the participants who are participating in this particular program, it will be a shock for them to hear members of the legislature, but where it's Amulao, they are unable to conceptualize an idea that is assisting government and assisting them. By the way, those who are participating in the artisan development program, there are any plus minus 3.5 as part of their stipend. Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, they must read the laws that they make. They must be able to read Giyama and understand and conceptualize it properly. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is responsible for maintenance of government departments, government buildings. But where an entity or a government institution, including the legislature, is solemnly owning or is being allocated a building, just like the legislature is responsible for its own maintenance. That's what it says. So before you even come to us, you must ask, maybe Speaker, orientate maloko parliament in terms of the same laws that we are making. We're saying, Honorable Speaker, property management portfolio is quite important. It's quite strategic towards development of this particular program or this particular province. We have indicated in our budget vote that we are going to ensure that we release state land for development purposes. We have indicated that we have requested the release of Naledi San from National Department for Rural Development for purposes of development. We are saying in this budget vote that Kopano Building, Pelonomi Hospital, Nurses Home, together with other strategic properties, will be released for BOTs and ROTs because we want to do triple Ps where investors can invest in BOT and ROT, but we are willing to school you in terms of detail, in terms of how these things are going to work. DBSA is not an entity of Department of Public Works and Infra. Entities are Public Works, is your IDT, is your Infrastructure South Africa, and so on. Whatever happens, go DBSA when one is public works. So whether delays in DBSA, which we are not encouraging, they've got nothing to do with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We're saying in our budget vote, about 6 to 7 projects are almost done, 97%, 85%, 87%. And we're saying, Sihezo, we're coming to this house to indicate that Sihezo has been Klobaboroko for the longest time. That's why we are putting in forensic investigation for purposes of accountability. Honorable Speaker, Kuwaka cater deployment. It just that I'm going to seated here. Senior managers of this department are part of this particular city. These are men and women who are professionals. To begin to say they are being deployed in the industry that they are not capable of managing and leading is a disgrace coming from members of parliament. Maybe they should have known that as the department, we are leading in terms of number of professionals employed in the department. We've got architects, electrical engineers, your quantity surveyors, and majority of our quantity surveyors in the department are women. So, Honorable Speaker, when colleagues come to the podium, they must really come here with clear understanding of what is actually happening. If they don't, we will assist them with the necessary information. Issues are mutlakas, maintenance wa legislature is the responsibility of the legislature. Payment of contractors, we take note of the challenges relating to payment of contractors. But the reality is, which is something that we are fighting with at the level of MINMEC, and I'm sure Honorable you Ndate McPherson will tell you,
that budget for infrastructure does not lie with the Department of Public Works. It lies with client departments. It's us who processes payments, but the actual people who do payments are client departments of education, health, and so on and so on. And we've been raising this particular matter with the portfolio committee, that we wish that the infrastructure budget can be brought to Public Works so that when we deal with issues of non-payment of contractors, we are able to take total responsibility. We really want to drive infrastructure. Of course, I'm sure Honorable Minister McPherson will also indicate to you that we are the proponents of this POT and ROTs. Honorable Speaker, payment to municipalities, it is our view as a department that municipalities must be paid. And I think in the State of the Province address, Premier addressed this particular issue. The reality is the resources in our disposal are not enough to deal with payments to municipalities. We spend 100% allocation to the department. It's here in the speech. But because we want to listen selectively, that's why we really do not focus on things that we need to focus on. If mona legislature tsamaisi wa dipuisano maloko a parliament ha ebeneng a tsamaya ka mesebetsi ya bona ba parliament ba kela ka mane ka supply chain ba ikgethela go ba batla go tsamaya kae ba ikgethela ba batla go robala kae mane mmusong ha re etse ntho eno. No MEC decides where they want to stay. In actual fact, the trip that we are referring to has brought the 3.5 billion to Machabeng through ISA. It has brought investment for the hospital in Bethlehem. That is a trip that I went to Durban, to Cape Town, because we are attending Infrastructure South Africa Symposium. We saw the benefit of those particular projects being mentioned by the state president during his State of the Province address. National outsona. Now, before we even come here and raise things that are really not meaningful to the people of the Free State, let's rather focus on what will work for the Free State. When you've got in projects, we are more than welcome. To the colleagues from the African National Congress, thank you very much for your support and a clear indication of the reality that we are moving towards an upward trajectory. But on the land issue, we are going to expropriate land without compensation. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The reply by the Honorable MEC concludes the debate on Vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure. We now proceed to the Speaker's debates. Honour Members, 16th June 2025 marked the 49th anniversary of the Soweto students' uprising, which ended tragically when hundreds of unarmed young people were brutally murdered by apartheid forces. This tragedy became the rallying point that inspired a nation and the United Nations to revolt against the brutality of the apartheid system. Following the advent of democracy in 1994, the new democratic government declared June 16 a National Youth Day. I wish to inform the House that the Free State Legislature will join the nation in commemoration of 2025 Youth Month under the theme Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth for Meaningful Economic Participation. This means making sure our young people are properly equipped to tackle real life's challenges. As agreed by the multi-party whip committee, 63 minutes shall be allocated for this debate. I shall now call upon, Honourable Member Lute is not here. We will have, Honourable Member Dipoko.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to the members of this August House. Greetings to the youth of the Free State and the youth of South Africa. Let me first dedicate these trying times to the fallen heroes of what we have come to know today as the Youth Month and Youth Day, Tsietsi Mashinini, Nkgopotse Tiro, and Mlungisi Matontsela. We owe our being, at least in this month, to the fearless youth of 1976, who continued the struggle, and we vow that we will not leave the beaten down. The same enemy, which was the unjust system that excluded black working class majority from education and all sectors of economy, still exists even today. We are still excluded. Speaker, we are here to report to those fallen heroes that Free State youth are still excluded. And we are aware that you cannot skill your way into the economy that is built to exclude you. And even if we are to skill these young people to the changing world and try to empower them as young people for a meaningful economic participation, this economy will continuously reject them. It is not their economy. They were meant just to be laborers. That's why almost all the time, the speeches that were made today in budget debate are only concentrating to mainly creation of jobs. So that's the state of young people in South Africa and Free State inter alia. So, Speaker, there are multiple challenges that face young people in the Free State in particular. Crime being one of them. In this one, we just heard lately that Kamogelo could ola akwetelwa, Speaker, and up to today in Zakasatsibo Uhokai. And not only him, I think multiple young people are faced by this scourge of crime all over the province. Not only that, young people are faced by a scourge of drugs, drug addiction, mental illness, and challenges. It is because these are made available and conditions allow that, Speaker. And we're very worried as the EFF that if we do not somehow try to include young people in sectors of economy, we're going to lose everything that we have. Starting with land as a means of production, it must be expropriated. And I got at least the smiles when one MEC said that the land must be expropriated without compensation, at least in the best interest of young people who are the future of this country. And we know that in all aspects and sectors of the economy, young people will be catered for. But how do you do that when you or we as, no, you as the government little lavatwabacha? So we reject the notion that youth should be grateful for stipends for 3 months internships. You do not want favors. So we must not come here and behave as if Rebaites are a favor. They want freedom, and that economic freedom, we demand that there be a free decolonized technical and vocational colleges in every township and village. Every public space must have data, free data. Being a young person, it should not be made as if it's a favor when you are given information. And because we're living in these technological times, young people, majority of them have smartphones, so data will make their lives very easy. These are the same companies that we allow in the Free State and elsewhere to make data incredibly impossible or expensive
to have, and maybe by the way, by extension, have information on. The likes of your MTN and all other telecommunication giants who are providing the same data in other countries, including African countries, cheaper than they do in Africa. There should be a focus of permanent, meaningful employment, not piecemeal gigs through EPWP and NYDA. So, we are tired of being asked to participate in this economy that we do not own. Even township economy, where tuck shops speaker are highly prominent and are central, young people do not get a stake there. We wonder why, especially black, downtrodden, dejected masses would not get a space. We demand that there be land expropriation and critical industries to be nationalized under democratic workers and youth control. Housing and industrial land in urban centers must be made available to young people and not be held by banks and speculators. Same banks that will not even allow you to own a simple land, and by the way, they make it extremely expensive. Even if you are a young person who has graduated, want to develop yourself and buy a piece of land, these are lands that we allow to make everything impossible in our country. We live in a world driven by this data where we want to allow Elon Musk and other white supremacists who would want to come, and these big capitalists who would want to come and control a space that needs to be controlled by young people, and we allow that, Speaker. We reject the outsourcing of youth development to tenderpreneurs. The private sector cannot be trusted to empower youth. It profits off their poverty, and the state must drive youth-owned public works and infrastructure projects, set municipal jobs targets for youth employment. We must use this Youth Month to declare skills for changing the world must mean skills for socialist transformation. And we must insist on land ownership, dignified wages, and living conditions. Public education and universal access to infrastructure must be out there. So this issue here, the sexual assaults, which is also one item that youth are prone to. You would find that there's also registered 35% of young people who are prone to sexual assault. We reject that. We must make South Africa a youthful country. And this is where we create space for everyone, education, space for economy, where they should be having space to play in order that we secure our future. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member Pretorius.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, members of the public, and the beloved people of the Free State. Shortly after the devastating Sharpeville massacre of March 1960, renowned poet Ingrid Jonker published the poem Die kind wat doodgeskiet is deur die soldate by Nyanga. The poem was written some 16 years before the Soweto uprising of 1976. I quote the last paragraph of the poem. Die kind wat net wou speel in die son by Nyanga is orals. Die kind wat 'n man geword het, trek deur die ganse Afrika. Die kind wat 'n reus geword het, reis deur die hele wêreld sonder 'n pas. At the opening of the first democratic parliament of the Republic of South Africa on 29 May 1994, President Nelson Mandela read the poem and referred to Ingrid Jonker as, amongst others, she was an Afrikaner and an African. Despite the dark times South Africa found itself in 1960, Jonker ended the poem with the belief that one day the child would become a giant, that the child would move freely, not only in South Africa, but through the entire world, and that the child would move without a pass. Speaker, as we commemorate the bravery of the youth of 1976 and that generation, and many other generations of youth before and after them, We honor their sacrifice and their conviction in standing up against oppressive systems and demanding dignity and equal opportunity. Honourable Speaker, June 16 also marks 125 years since the proclamation of the scorched earth policy by Lord Roberts during the South African War, which would inevitably lead to the death of 48,000 black and white South Africans in various concentration camps across the country, the vast majority being women and children. May June 16 forever remind us to guard against such human rights abuses, and that this never happen again in our beloved country. Speaker, but my call today is a call to action. For the seventh administration to truly honor the youth of the past generations that fought very hard for equal opportunities, this administration, as well as this House, must make less promises and take more action. To use the Latin phrase, acta non verba, translating into actions, not words. By taking decisive actions and not only making promises, the youth of this province can also be equipped and given the opportunity to make a meaningful contribution to the Free State, to provide for their loved ones, and to live a dignified life. And that is the call to action. Unfortunately, after 31 years of a democratic South Africa, the youth is faced with a catastrophic expanded youth unemployment rate of 56.3% in the country. This is a steep upward trend from 2015. Over the last decade, youth unemployment has then increased by more or less 11%. Over the past decade, GDP in South Africa has increased on average by a mere 0.7% per year. And that is a clear indication of the greatly ineffective economic policy of the ANC. Clearly, government policies over the last decade have not assisted the youth in obtaining employment. In contrast, these policies and outdated ideology and inaction has greatly deepened youth unemployment crisis in the country. At a national level, the African National Congress will have to seriously rethink its ideological approach to the economy, to job creation, and to growth. BEE and other race-based policies deters investment, slows down potential, and jeopardizes millions of South Africans from obtaining dignified employment. These policies have unfortunately only benefited a handful of connected individuals at the expense of real redress and economic transformation to the benefit of all South Africans. Honourable Speaker, very concerningly, Stats SA revealed that of the 4.8 million unemployed youth in Q1 of 2025 in South Africa, close to 60% have no previous work experience. This means 6 out of 10 unemployed youth in South Africa has never before had a job and have any kind of experience to bring to the table. This is very alarming and could possibly lead to long-term unemployment and exclusion from the economy, as no skills or experience is obtained for a prolonged period, with youth remaining unemployed and unskilled till adulthood and beyond. 6 out of 10 unemployed youth today, of the 4.8 million, have no previous work experience. Speaker, to turn to the Free State Province, the Free State youth unemployment rate of 52.1% is the second highest in the country, with only the Northwest Province outperforming the Free State. This must ring a serious alarm bell with the Free State provincial government as well as our local municipalities across the province. The catastrophic youth unemployment can only serve to aggravate the prevalence of GBV and femicide, especially against young women, teenage pregnancies, drug and substance abuse, which is rife in the province. It is rife in our province, as well as crime. Access to training, skills development, jobs and opportunities for the youth is one of the best instruments to tackle these social ills that destroy the future of our young people. And we must be serious. These social ills destroy the future of our young people in this province. Speaker, but in contrast to the dismal situation in the Free State, job creation for the youth in the DA-governed Western Cape has shown sound progress over the last decade, with youth unemployment in Q1 of 2025 being at 27.9%. Now, that is compared to the 56%, let me just get my numbers right here. That is versus the 52% in the Free State Province. And the youth unemployment thus in the Western Cape is the lowest in South Africa. Outside of youth unemployment, the DA-governed Western Cape also has the lowest unemployment rate in all of South Africa at 19.6%. This is a clear indication that where the DA governs, it creates an enabling environment for job creation. Speaker, but where the DA governs, we know that more must be done. The 19.6% is not enough. We must work harder and we must bring that number even lower. And that is across the province we govern as well as the municipalities from Umgeni, Midvaal, etc. We know we must do more. And the only way we can do that is by taking action firstly, by working on innovative solutions, providing the youth with skills for a changing world, and more partnerships across the whole of society, because the whole of society must be involved in addressing youth unemployment. Speaker, but let's speak about solutions in the Free State Province to the unemployment crisis. We must be frank and clear about the role government has in creating an enabling environment for investment and growth that will tackle unemployment. Government does not create jobs by bloating its staff establishment, by doubling functions, or by paying ghost workers. That is not how you fight youth unemployment. The work of the relevant spheres of government is to ensure the basic building blocks are in place as per their constitutional mandates to realize an environment where there is equal access to opportunities, where the economy grows, and where jobs are created. Speaker, and I want to start here with the first building block, local governments. And local governments in the province are failing. They have to create an enabling environment for economic growth, for social development, and job creation by delivering the most of basic services. We cannot underestimate the catastrophic impact imploding local governments such as Kopanong, Mangaung, Mafube, Machabeng, Muakare, and the list goes on, have on youth unemployment. Businesses, especially startups and entrepreneurs, do not want to take the risk to invest or expand their businesses in a municipality that does not have running water to fuel its business or its factories, or an unstable electricity grid, or an unclean, unsafe, or unattractive environment, or a roads network that does not cater for the distribution of their services or their goods. One can only look to the poor governance by the Maluti Apofong municipality and how that has negatively impacted the Maluti Apofong Special Economic Zone. MAPZES could have delivered thousands of more jobs and training opportunities for the youth of this province if it was not reliant on a dismally performing municipality such as Maluti Apofong. Speaker, honourable members, for the Free State to tackle youth unemployment, local government must work. In vast contrast to the DA-governed Midvaal municipality in Gauteng, which has received 11 clean audits, 11 years of good, clean governance in a row, and has won several SAGA awards for its clean audits and governance excellence, several municipalities in the Free State Province actively harm their residents as per the Auditor General's audit report. Actively harms their residents. Speaker, time is catching up on me. The short and the long is, if one looks to a municipality like Mangaung, it has a budget of 35 billion rand in the 2025-26 financial year. Compare that to 46 billion of the entire Free State provincial government. One municipality almost has as much funds available to it to actually impact the youth of our province. Speaker, let me just quickly run through a few possible solutions that the Democratic Alliance wants to pose to the Free State provincial government to start addressing youth unemployment and youth concerns. Firstly, sound financial management. Unfortunately, with unwanted expenditure of close to 1.5 billion in the 2023-24 financial year, the provincial government is failing in sound financial management. Imagine if the 309 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure was used to fund major projects that could have benefited all residents, including the youth of this province. Thus, the first step in maximizing assistance to the youth is sound financial governance and management of provincial funds. This administration must dramatically increase its value for money spending, its checks and balances, and accountability. 2, access to the internet in the Free State Province. If that 309 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure could have been used to fund the rollout of limited free public Wi-Fi at government facilities across the province, just imagine what that connectivity could have meant for the youth, especially in rural areas and underprivileged areas. Surely 309 million can go a long way in connecting the youth of this province to the internet, to training, to skills, and to job opportunities. Of the 181 libraries under the auspice of the provincial government, only 43 provide free Wi-Fi to patrons. Compare this to the DA-governed Western Cape government, which has rolled Wi-Fi hotspots out at 1,800 sites. And here in my hand, printed this morning from a very accessible Western Cape government website, is a list of those Wi-Fi hotspots, free public Wi-Fi hotspots that have been rolled out across the province.
Just hold on. You may have a seat, honourable member.
Please, Speaker, every day we listen to Western Cape here. Are we in the Western Cape?
What is your issue? Why are you rising up?
I'm rising on the point that I don't know what can I call it, but we can't be brought to the issues of Western Cape day in and day out.
Unfortunately, that is not an issue that can be used as an out of order. You can repeat whatever you say several times.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. To make it clear, in the Free State, there's only 43 free public Wi-Fi sites available. 43, compared to over 1,800 in the Western Cape. It says there's access to the youth. It's a university in your hand. If you've got free access to Wi-Fi at government facilities, you can upskill yourself, you can learn, you can access jobs. It is a lifeline to opportunity. That's the short and the long. That is what free Wi-Fi means. And that is the comparison. Speaker, then in terms of access to government information, the fourth industrial revolution is not on the horizon, it is here.
Can you take your seat?
Honourable Speaker, can the member take a question?
You see, this is the same thing. They're asking this question every time the member says no. So I don't know what is the rationale in asking this question. Because they always will say no.
I'm not on the Western Cape.
No, I'm just saying the same thing, repetition of the Western Cape, and the same thing of, can I ask a question? And the member says no. So it's the same thing. Honourable member, you're going to take a question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, my time is limited. I would like to finalise my solutions to the Free State Provincial Government. I'm not taking the question. Speaker, I implore again on the Honourable Premier to update the websites of the provincial government. Unfortunately, if you go onto the website of the provincial government, all departments, it's outdated, it's not user-friendly. We are calling for a single user-friendly website as well that is dedicated to youth opportunities. So it's quite easy for the youth to go on to see where are the bursaries, where are the programs. Then 4, local government that works. For the Free State to work and to fight youth unemployment, local government must work. That must be a key priority. And it mustn't take the Democratic Alliance to take the Honourable Premier to court and the executive to intervene in municipalities like Machabeng. The Constitution says you must intervene. And 5, student accommodation, time is not allowing, but public-private partnerships must be entered to create more student accommodation for our learners across the province. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can I ask that other members, if you have a question, ask, and let's see if the member would answer. And asking if the member can take a question, that is not going to happen. Ask a question, stand up, ask a question, And if a member is prepared to answer the question, the member will answer the question. If not, the member will indicate that I would answer it after whatever.
I'd like
So-
to ask you, Speaker.
I just want to, yeah?
I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes?
If I may. Why would delay sitting Speaker ka metlakase le dinto? This question I was directed to ask to you, if you would like to take it. Thank you very much.
Your question is actually late. You should have asked that question when we started. And then I explained myself what the reason was. Probably you were not listening. I indicated what the challenge was. I don't know if you want me to repeat myself. Unfortunately, I can't repeat myself. When I have said something, I said it once. Members must be attentive. I gave the reason why we were delayed. Honourable members, Gobela. You see, when you ask the question, I choose to answer it or not to answer it. But when you stand up and say, can another member take a question, they say no all the time. Go on, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today I rise not to only speak as a voice of my generation, but as a firm believer on an untapped potential of the youth of South Africa and the very engine of our country's future. But however, it is important to explain and make awareness and public education to the youth and the general public of what we are confronted with so that they don't wage the struggle on the wrong side of the struggle, but on a wrong understanding of what we are confronted with. Honorable Speaker, with the theme of this debate, it compels us that to say what we are confronted with or what we have, it is no myth, no illusion that we live under a capitalist mode of production where the means of production are in the hands of the few and privately owned. And it is a fact and it is a reality that majority, they sell their labor to survive. And also, it is a fact that the system is driven by the profit, competition, accumulation of capital, not social need. In the eyes of the capitalism and under capitalism, youth are not viewed or treated as full citizens, but they are primarily seen as future workers, consumers, and labor reserves. The key effects of capitalism on youth and what we see today and what we bear testimony to are the following. The mass youth unemployment and underemployment, especially in Global South, is often by lack of access to work experience or capital, the labor market's demand, which demands the experience, yet they deny youth the opportunity to gain it. Consequently, this results to a long-term unemployment, discouragement, dependency on the state and or the family. The commodification of education, it still continues, and we know education has become a private commodity, not a public right. The youth from the working class communities are unable to access tertiary education of their choice because the tertiary education is expensive and it often produces workers for outdated or limited markets. And that is why today you'd have those who have the means, who afford the quality of education, they would be going directly to the choice of institutions that they are affording than a child of the working class that would not have a privilege to have a choice but to attend an immediate available higher institution of learning that is made to be available by the working government of the ANC-led government to ensure that the quality that they would get, it will be at the same level with those of the capitalists or those who have the means to afford the education. Today, the degree is no longer a guarantee of employment as the reality, especially for the black working class youth. Consequently, we found them, those who have managed through the intervention of the ANC-led government, overqualified yet unemployed, with others with the rise in debt, those who have pushed with their own means to ensure that they get to the higher institution of learning, and the others, they are frustrated. But what is important, we must also understand that there is something that we call the gig economy, whereby the young people are pushed into unstable, low-paid and informal jobs. And the rise of the gig economy, if you would wonder what is the gig economy, it's your Uber, your delivery job, your freelancing jobs. It offers no security or benefits to the youth. The youth that is involved in gig economy are vulnerable and to exploitation and unfair labor practices because there are no stringent and strong legal protection. Therefore, the capitalism exploits the youth as cheap, flexible labor without rights or pensions. The youth that is working is often faced with alienation and mental struggles, while and also capitalism alienates them from their working jobs that they don't fulfill them, 2, their social potential not being seen or valuable beyond productivity, and 3, their future lack control over the economic path. And this leads to mental health issues, hopelessness, and high rates of depression, substance, and even suicide. So, honorable members and honorable speaker, what we see today, because we can't speak about economic participation and not speaking about the mode of economy that we are in, that is the one that is creating this conditions that young people there are. But the ANC-led government continues operating under a sophisticated, deliberate and intentional mode of economy to ensure that it assists and caution the young people who are faced with these effects of the capitalist system. On social economics and class division, capitalism widens the gap between the poor and the rich, and the youth born in wealth get access, of course, in greater networks and opportunities, while the ones we know that are from the rural areas and informal settlements, they are not. What also the mode of production does, it's the issue of consumerism and identity manipulation. It's at play by the capitalists that shapes the youth identity through the brands, influencers, and social medias. And young people are bombarded with messages to consume, to be valued, often beyond their means, and others, they end up being forced to take debts or being indebted, and then others, issues of peer pressure and false ideas of success. The reality that the mode of production, capitalist mode of production, creates in our society. And also the suppression of the youth agency. It is prevalent as the system does not favor or foster youth political consciousness, which unless that political consciousness, it aligns with the prophets. The youth that resist the system are often purged, criminalized, silenced, and the system position them or name tag them as problems, and problems, not just problems, but problems to manage. What the system does not know that the youth struggle, it continues, where the energy, creativity, and determination of young people is not wasted, but harnessed as a powerful force of social change and for national development. Honorable Speaker, I stand in this House to argue that if our society is to thrive in a fast-changing world, the youth must be equipped with the right skills and create inclusive pathways for meaningful economic participation. I want to reiterate and urge that youth employment or development is not a cause. Youth unemployment is not a cause by laziness or lack of ambition. It is a result of deep skills mismatch, a systematic exclusion by capitalist operations, and the digital divide amongst the young people, and the digital divide amongst the majority of the young people to actively participate in technological-driven global economy. The changing world, what skills do we need? The global economy is being transformed by technology, climate change, globalization, and geopolitical shifts. The jobs of yesterday disappearing and the new roles emerging that demands a different set of skills. The World Economic Forum lists top skills for the future, and they include the critical thinking and problem solving, digital literacy and ICT skills, creativity and innovation, leadership and emotional intelligence, financial literacy and entrepreneurship, adaptability and resilience. But yet, through the capitalist system, through its superstructure, continues to use the same operations whereby the schools operate like factories from 1950, producing an army of workers for the industrial economy that does no longer exist. This is intentional to create surplus value of the labor power and to devalue the labor power as a valuable and important element of productive forces in the mode of production. That's why you see that there's a high unemployment of young people. It is created deliberately by the capitalist system to ensure that it replaces young people easily without resistance and anything, but whereas it needs them as the labor power to ensure that it succeeds in whatever that it does. Skills for the future, and from the theory to the action. So what should we be doing? From one, on the economic, education reform, we need an education system that is relevant, dynamic, and future focused. This means that the curriculum must be reviewed. That's why this the ANC we speak about the reviewing of curriculum that does not speak to the development of the economy and the high institutions of learning, that they must start to review their curriculum so that it speaks to the development of South Africa, so that they stop teaching courses or offering courses that do not assist the society to move around and they are not feeding to the national development plan. And the review of curriculum, and one of the examples is what the Department of Education is doing in coding and robotics, particularly from the skills, to ensure that as this curriculum is reviewed, young people are not left out. And then entrepreneur education, the green economy skills, and problem-based and experiential training. Of course, the African National Congress, when it comes to expansion of TVET and artisan training, it's focused and ensuring that young people, as much as we need the artisans, young people are found and they have been equipped in the TVET sectors and artisan training to ensure. I think one of the artisan centers that we have, I think in the country, is the one of TVET Motel Artisan College. And then when on the issue of embracing digital learning, the fourth industrial revolution is digital, and so must be our learning, which means the access to data, devices, and digital platforms must be a basic right and not a privilege to deal with the digital divide that we experience amongst the young people. On the life skills and soft skills development, to empower the youth with communication, collaboration, and leadership and emotional intelligence. These are not just the hard, these are just as important as hard skills in today's economy. Honorable Speaker, empowering youth for meaningful economic participation, it is important, and is the first step. The first step is to accept that education alone is not enough, but we must create a real economic opportunities for young people. And then on the entrepreneurship as a pathway, the state must continue to support youth-owned businesses. And this means that there must be access to finances, business incubation programs, mentorship programs, and access to markets. And this would include the progressive policy that the ANC speaks of on procurement, which means it speaks about the set aside of the youth-owned enterprises. Under the employment opportunities, of course, we know that the ANC-led government is limited under the capitalist mode of production conditions to succeed, but is making meaningful and contributive efforts that are such as follows in what you call the Youth Employment Service, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the National Youth Service. These programs are important because they provide essential workplace experience, and that helps young people to transition from informal to formal employment. Under the rural and township economy, let's not forget the millions of young people outside the cities. We need to stimulate the economic growth in the township and rural areas through the local youth-led enterprises support, agricultural youth-led cooperatives, youth-led community tourism, digital inclusion in rural schools, and under PPP, public-private partnerships. Government alone, it cannot do it. And the problem that we have as a crisis, no one has refused that. There's a challenge of unemployment and it's a crisis. Everyone accepts that. And it requires all political parties, all fronts, business, private sector, to work together to resolve this problem. And it means also the NGOs, the academia, the communities must cooperate into ensuring that the youth development strategies developed by the ANC-led government, they become part of them and they are responsive in the call when the ANC makes that call. You would wonder, under the capitalist mode of production, what is the ANC government has done to ensure that young people, they succeed despite the mode of production that we find with its ripple effects. One, we have developed what we call the National Youth Policy, which is from 2020 to 2030, that focuses on economic transformation, on education, health, and social cohesion. Two, it's the development of the National Development Plan, which envisions a South Africa where youth are economically active and self-reliant. Three is the Integrated Youth Development Strategy led by National Youth Development Agency, which is the NYDA, which coordinates the programs for youth empowerment. And the other one, four, is the Industrial Policy Action Plan, IPAP, and Skills Accord to promote youth skills and priority sectors like manufacturing, ICT, and green economy. The other one is the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act of 2000, which gives effect to the constitutional requirements for presidential policies to advance historically disadvantaged individuals. And it further go to ensure that of the procurement that must be done at the state must be those that are previously disadvantaged, they must have set aside. The one that is controversial, the Bella Bill. It aims to improve the access to education and introduce compulsory grade R. I still do not understand that if we are in the democratic government and democratic country, which is the which we are uplifting and upholding the constitution. Why would the opposition still contest the Bella Bill till today? Because it speaks about the government being in charge of the responsibility on the development of education. But in other sectors, where government is in charge and providing direction, they are not contested. You know, it's very interesting. If you go and look at the comments on the Bella Bill of people who have commented to say that they don't agree with the Bella Bill, and then you do the background check, you'll find that they are from a point of privilege. Not all the child, you will not find even a single working class person disagrees with the Bella Bill or that the Bella Bill must be put into law. So it tells you that the privileged, they do not want the state to be in charge or in control of the development of the society, but they want individuals. And there's no society that can thrive or be successful like that. The state must continue to be in charge and must continue to intervene in the development of the people, because they want to decide with their own SGBs, they want to decide which policy must be taught in the school and as far as the language of teaching, and we are not going to allow that. We agree, and as the ANC will support this bill, that it must go through and be implemented. The Land Expropriation Act, it must be used to fast-track the land ownership gaps amongst the young people and be used as a stepping stone for young people to be actively involved in an economy. Again, the opposition is opposed to this Progressive Land Expropriation Act, and this is also very disappointing because if we are all agreeing with the preambles of the Constitution, it means that we must work together to realize that the land must be shared amongst those who live and work in it. The national health insurance, again, as young people, we agree with the NHI that it should be implemented because the youth are amongst the majority, and in majority of those youth, they must benefit from quality healthcare service on the basis of their needs, not on the basis of their ability to pay. We agree as well as young people that it must go through. The PEE, it must be sustained. We must fight it to the latter, that it must see the light and continue to be there. The transformation fund, it must go through as well. Even if they are contesting it, we must see it that the transformation agenda, it must be implemented in South Africa. And the ANC doing that is not breaking any laws, but working within the tight and complex conditions of the capitalist mode of production to ensure that the society continues to thrive. And I must say, what's fun and what is interesting is that every time we are told about the DA-led government, the DA-led government is not operating from the sky. It operates in South Africa and as a national government, and that national government, it has the laws, and those laws are ANC-led laws, and the ANC economic policies, all these laws, it uses them because they cannot define themselves outside the law that is a South African law. So they are not thriving because of they've invented a law. If you would ask them which law that they've put into action, you'd find that there's none. So they are not operating from the sky. So the other issue is that we must say, I heard the honorable member speaking about the local government, what is happening.
Member, you may take your seat. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have a question that if we have these national laws and the Western Cape is able to use them to create employment, why aren't ANC-run provinces using those same laws to do the same for our young people?
Yes, ma'am.
No, there's no question. There's a statement. You have an open question, closed question, direct question. So there's no question. There's no question. Thank you for the statement, Honorable Chagasa. But the PFMA and the MFMA are not transformative tools. That's what we must engage on, Honorable Pretorius. Say that if you want to deal with issues of local government and how the procurement is done to be transformative and to be developmental, we have to focus on the issues of DORA and ensure that, and the debate should be that, and including the equitable share, say that how does the PFMA, MFMA, and equitable share and DORA assist in the national crisis that we have of unemployment and social ills? Because if you are going to debate those things without not debating the issue of where our resources are being channeled and not speaking to the untransformed PFMA and MFMA tools, which are financial instruments that did not address the question, the social pressures that we have, then it means that we are not attending to the issues, the issues of development and ensuring that young people they are being prioritized. And we must agree with the economic freedom fighters that we are agreeing on land expropriation and want to continue to see their support to ensure that young people they own property and they are everywhere. But it's just disappointing that they had to understand that we are not operating in a socialist economy. So some of the things they might be implemented at a progressive, slow pace, but we are getting there, and that should be their understanding. And we must look inward as young people. And we must embrace learning, both formal and informal. We must start to share ideas or start to build small businesses and be involved in joint community projects. And one of the things that we must also do, must hold leaders accountable, collaborate and not compete, but be bold, be innovative, be unapologetically ambitious. We are not just leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of now. A call to action is those that the government, the ANC, must continue to ensure that it increases the investment to the youth and must ensure that it continues to prioritize young people as they are now not the future. And the private sector must not just extract the minerals and the profits from our communities, but it must be included or participate in the development of of the talent and ensuring that it continues to build partnership with the progressive government that is led by the ANC. And then to our fellow youth, don't wait to be saved. Organize, educate, and lead. Honorable Speaker, the youth must be equipped sooner than later. Let us stop managing the symptoms of youth unemployment, and we attend to the initiatives of the ANC-led government in all the laws that they have laid down to ensure that young people, they thrive. And also, we must agree that the issue of building skills that are driving the economy is very important, and the inclusive economy where every young South African has tools to succeed. The greatest resource we have is not gold, it's not coal, it's not platinum, but it is the mind, it's the young minds and the hands of our nation. Let us not fail them, let us not fail ourselves. If you are, to the young people, if you are not invited into the dinner table, build your own table and occupy the corridors of power. The time is now, the youth is ready, let's build. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The debate by the honourable members Kwebela concludes the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcements: that the honourable members and guests will remain standing as the Sergeant at Arms and Honour Speaker and the Acting Secretary leave the House. The House shall now adjourn until Thursday, 19th of June 2025 at 10 o'clock at 4th Ratsal. And the business of the House shall be the consideration of Vote 13, the human settlement, the conferral of final voting mandate on the marine pollution bill, and the debate on Africa Month under the theme Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparation. The House is now adjourned.